Hello everyone, I'm Insane Lane and welcome to Bad Erotica Book Club. How is everyone's weekend going? We've had some thunderstorms pushing through here. I know there's been tornadoes out in the states in the Midwest, I want to say. Not exactly sure where that is. I always think that it's lower on the map than it is. Learned Midwest is actually higher than that. Still don't ask me to name any of the square states. I can tell you what they are, just not where they are. Remember in school when you used to have to fill in all the states and all the provinces and all the territories? And then Alaska and Hawaii would be in the corner in a box? Yeah, never got all those right. So, a couple of things actually happened last week in the book. We had Massimo pulling the whole I swear I'll never be a violent grapist monster ever again thing. I'll stop drinking, I'll stop doing coke, I'll go to therapy. But because these are two incredibly toxic people that are incredibly toxic to each other, and she is a petulant child who wants what she wants when she wants it, and that's it, and she likes rough sex, or he's convinced her she likes rough sex because in the beginning she didn't, and now she does, so that's definitely like a product of brainwashing. But to get it, she provokes him, and this is not something you want to do to somebody with severe anger management issues and violence issues who is trying to control themselves. So he, of course, goes back on his word, got drunk and high, and was about to do the terrible things again, so she bolted, which is probably the smartest thing we've seen this character do, is run away from him. But she took the dog with her. She knows not to take her phone or even her clothes because, yes, confirmed, there were trackers sewn into her clothes. And obviously her phone is being tracked. We've seen that. But I am now convinced that he gave her the dog for one reason, because there's a microchip in the dog. And he knew that she would never leave the dog. So she'll always have it with her so he can always track her through the dog. The dog is literally just a thing to keep a GPS chip in. At least that is my theory. That's how he's going to find her. Because we know that he will. As soon as he figures out she's with Nacho, he's going to come and like shoot them both. We know this. Or something. There will be guns at some point because there's way too much of the mob involved. Even though the book seems to forget that at times, like sometimes it's so in your face. We get told every other line that he's a mob boss, and therefore these rules, which are never explained to the audience, by the way. You know, what am I hearing? Wait, why is there? Why YouTube? What are you doing? What the hell? Why is there sound? What is making sound? What the hell? Why is there sound? Okay. That is the second time YouTube has done that. Okay, whoa, get this off my screen. That is the second time YouTube has something that I had paused in the last 2 days, that it has unpaused it when I did not tell it to. Because I didn't tell it to play that. That was another clip, a video that I was watching that got screwed up. That was on pause, and it unpaused itself, and that's why it took me a minute to find it. So hopefully YouTube doesn't have a nutty over that, because I didn't do it. Actually, it did it. Ugh. And this is after, anyone else realize Discord went down like yesterday, I think, for like 2 hours? And it was, for me, it was on PC and phone. The phone app came back first, and then PC came back like a half hour later. But it was weird, and it's because they were updating stuff. They were adding new stuff that nobody asked for again, because YouTube was updating stuff at the same time. So they both did. So it means they broke something. But at least I can say with Discord, when it wasn't working, the screen would still pop up and it actually had an error message saying, like, we know our servers are down, we're working on it, which is better than nothing. I like that they at least have a plan for when things break. You know, this is a good thing to do. You know, because then you're not like, because the first time I checked Down Detector, it wasn't even listed as a problem. 5 minutes later, it was. 5 minutes later, there's like 50 reports of like, Discord is down. And it's like, yeah, we know, you're late to the party. By the way, by the time Down Detector realized Discord was down, it had been down for like 40 minutes. That is a long time in internet land. And of course, I was just getting up and starting everything, so I was like, wait, is my internet down? What's going on? And it's like, no, your internet's not down, Discord's down. But they did a pretty good job fixing it. They got it back up in, I think, under 2 hours. I'm not sure exactly when it started, so it's not bad. They at least get points for that. But yeah, I'm convinced the only reason that he gave her a dog is to track her with the dog. Because we've seen she will leave her phone. She left all her clothes this time. It's going to be the dog. Because, like almost any dog you buy is going to have a microchip in it. That's what it's for, is for if the dog gets lost, they know who it belongs to. So you can track the dog. And yeah, so that is the only reason that he gave her a dog. That's why it was so weird. Because it was completely out of character. Like, it's out of character that there's even a dog in this book. I feel bad. If anything happens to the dog, I swear to God, if he shoots the dog, I'm gonna demand that he be like unalive the way Guy Fawkes was. If you know your history. But for now, all rise for our national anthem, please.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Yay. Alrighty, let's bring everyone up. Alright, first things first, we'll introduce our pantheon of ducks. Please forgive the fan for blocking some of them, but it's one of those hot summer days because it started having hot summer days in between nights when it's below freezing still, because apparently that's what we're doing this summer. Ugh. But we have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Bill, Xavier, Leh, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with 2 V's, Sasha Bartholomew, Alex Chuckles, Melman. Why is my brain failing? Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, Jeeves, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie, House, Susie, Wolfie, Russell, Mark, Glacial, Cicero, Phoebe, Halliwell, John Glenn, Little Chickadoo, Captain Blaze, Ferguson, Libby Doe, Ocean's Gate 7, he's the one that needed repairs. Dinglehopper, Madison, Leonard, Jack, Jacquard, Hulu, Lulu. Where is my brain today? Seriously. Like, need an energy drink or something. Lulu, Marty, Akasha, Dr. Breadside Manor, Autolycus, Deja, Insidious, Cleopatra, Extra Crispy, Ralph, Wisp, Dougie, and Katy Perry, our wonderful Culver's ducks, because now we have international ducks, and I'm never, ever going to stop smiling about that. And anyone else who would like to send in ducks of an appropriate size, if you send me something this big, it's not going on the stage. But if there are ducks of an appropriate size, you can send, and they will go on the stage with the rest of the ducks. I don't know. Are there other fast food franchises that have rubber ducks? There probably is. I don't know if McDonald's ever had rubber. I'm sure they did because they did everything. Remember when they had toys? Do they even still have toys? They probably do. Do they still have toys in the Happy Meal? Oh, God, I remember those. It would be whatever movie was out. They'd have, like Little Mermaid toys, and you go crazy over them. And some places would let you just buy the toy if you were looking for a particular one, and some of them wouldn't, and it got bitchy. What's weird is every time I go looking on Amazon for more ducks, all the pictures are of people that have them on their dashboards, especially in Jeeps. Apparently, it's a big thing with Jeeps to cover them in ducks and like glue them onto the dashboard. Ducks of unusual size as opposed to rodents of unusual size, yes. I know why is it a Jeep thing though? Why? Where did this come from? Like, is there a Beach Boys song that I have missed? Okay, that's better. Yes, hello Sarah, hello Deacon. Hello to anyone else who is watching who has not entered the chat yet. Feel free to say hello. Why does the chat suddenly look weird? Hold on, I'm testing a theory. Huh. Okay, they've added a new feature. When I click on a chat message and it comes up on screen, when I unclick it, it now turns dull. It turns like gray, like when a button's not active because you didn't click a box. It does that to show you which comments you have displayed. Okay. Other Jeep owners put the ducks on your Jeep. Okay. So it's like grown-up duck tag. Yeah, that is odd. Yeah, like it's been red. Yeah, it goes like dull and gray instead of black. It's disturbing and I don't like it and I wish I could turn it off, but I didn't know it existed. Okay, that's gonna bug me all night. But if you would also like to bug me, or actually not, because it's very helpful, and if you would like to add a duck, We do have all these random ducks. These are new, never before seen ducks of things that we do not currently have ducks of. On the stage, there's a Frankenstein duck in there. There's a love bee. I forget what the rest of them are because they've been in here for so long. But we have a number of ducks that have not been released yet because they're waiting for someone to sponsor them for $10 whole. Link should be at the top of the chat. If it's not, let me know. Or we have our painted ducks. They're looking fabulous tonight. These are the ones that do not get damaged because it's hot. I'm getting a bigger duck box so that doesn't happen again. It's drying in the bathroom. We will keep the painted ducks separated so they don't stick to each other and I don't have to panic and repaint somebody 5 minutes before stream again. So if you would like, we have a rooster duck, a Yoshi duck, a Christmas story duck, and an Evel Knievel duck. Please specify in the message which duck you would like if you would like to sponsor a painted duck. Because they are awesome. If you would like to make me feel all warm and cozy, you can put these handcuffs on me for $25. There's a key in here, and there's a key on a string within reach. Because then if I drop this key, there's still a key on a string within reach because we practice safety here. And since these are non-safety cuffs, having a key within reach is critical. But these are my personal favorite. They are black and shiny, and they haven't been used in a while, which makes them sad. Or for the grand sum of $50, I still have 3 flavors of these I have not tried yet. These are Skittles drink mixes. They are very, very sweet and taste like candy. We tried the green apple. It is a shockingly bright color of green. I would really like to see what color and taste the grape is because I do like grape things. So I want to know if I like this or if they hit the grape flavor just right. We also have orange and strawberry, which have not been tried yet. So if you'd like me to try one of these, I do have a glass of water. They only take a minute to mix up, and I will chug the entire glass in one go because that is how we roll here. So if you want a specific flavor, please say so. Otherwise, I will choose one. But for 50, you can make me do this, and it helps out a lot. So we'll put those with our painted ducks. Yeah, I bet that is why the chat's been wonky, is they were trying to put out new features. I know YouTube did. Yeah, YouTube is up to nonsense again because they did update stuff the other day, the same time the Discord went down. So I think they did it at the same time and something went wrong. But it's, both of them, like StreamYards, Discord, YouTube, all of the platforms, they've all been the last couple of months just jamming in so many new features so quickly. I can't even keep up. I don't know what half of them are. I don't care because nobody asked for any of this. But they're all just piling on all these add-on features and things that nobody wants, nobody asked for, and half of them are auto on. And it's if you want to add in new shit to your platform, fine. But don't make it automatically on. Give people the option of turning it on or not. And canvas, yes. Just everything is screwing with itself these days just to because they're all just trying to outdo each other. We all know that. They're all just trying to outdo each other and it's just stop. At this point, you can win just for being consistent. Stop breaking your own shit by trying to add garbage nobody wants. Okay? Can you just run for an entire 6 months without having a major crash? Can you do that? All right, we are mid-chapter 12. We are over, I think, halfway. I don't know, what's half of... Yeah, we are. We are just over halfway. Yeah, because we're on page 191, and it's 351 pages. So we're just past halfway. This is good. But yeah, I predict that Massimo he only gave her the dog to use it as a tracking chip because he knew she'd never leave the dog. And so that's how he's going to find her and Nacho. And if this ends the way it should, he blows them both away and then commits self-delete. Though I have a feeling that's not how this is going to end. I finished showering. At the same time, Nacho ended his telephone call. I closed the distance between us and hugged him from behind. You finished in me twice today. Aren't you afraid we're going to have a baby? There's a thing to say. Just Like, seriously, has nobody in these books has ever heard of condoms? Ever? Like, not even the question. First of all, I know you're on the pill. Okay, apparently we're confirming that yes, she is actually on birth control. Though from the timeline, we don't know if it's working or not yet. If you'd like, I can even dredge up the name. I wrote it down. Wow, he really does take spying to the next level, because he would have had to been spying on Olga and then work out that it was for her because she didn't go and get it herself. That's a hell of a magic trick. He said and turned to hug me back. And second, guys my age don't worry about such things. He grinned and I punched him in the chest. Yeah, just 20 or is he 20 or like mid 30s? Because I feel like they're all around 30. But yeah, professional assassins don't worry about knocking up some, wife of another mob boss. Even Massimo doesn't know I'm on contraceptives. Well, you don't know that he knows. I shook my head with resignation. Is there anything you don't know about me? Notice how she's not finding this incredibly creepy? Yeah, which one, Deacon? Her and her husband or her and this guy? They're all horribly toxic people. I don't know what your feelings are for me, he replied, growing serious. I don't know what my place in your is I don't know what's my place in your head. He paused, waiting for a reply to the unspoken question. There was none. But I think you'll tell me in time if I'm in your head or in your heart, he said, planting a kiss on my brow. Anyway, ready for some action. I nodded happily. Then get your knickers on and let's go. Knickers? How about a wetsuit? Okay, knickers means like panties, and nobody says this. You'll only wave your arms around lying on your belly. I thought you wanted to get a tan, he said with a laugh. Oh, he's going to teach her how to paddleboard or something. Yeah, as if a guy that doesn't like condoms isn't a big red flag. Yes, it is. Ozzy was a bad kitty. Oh. Yep. Kitty saw open door. Kitty dashed for it. Then went, oops, forgot the human. I'm not outside. I didn't do it. Oh, poor Kitty. Is he hiding in shame or pretending nothing happened? I told you, B, there are no waves here, so put on your most revealing panties and let's be on our way. Seriously, dude, go fuck yourself. Down on a small beach in a hidden cove, Nacho placed two boards on the sand and went through his stretching routine. I followed in his steps, doing what he told me with a smirk. I felt strangely comfortable considering that I only wore a microscopic thong. Okay, sure, that's a good thing to wear at the beach. At least God didn't give me boobs the size of watermelons. They might have smashed my teeth out with all the jumping and arm waving. All right, that's enough, Nacho said at some point. Which one is your lead leg? I looked at him baffled. What? I had no idea what he was talking about. Do you snowboard? I nodded. And which leg do you keep in front? The left one. No, then she should know what the term means. Okay, so that's your lead leg. Now lie down. He positioned me on the surfboard, pulling my legs so that outstretched they reached exactly to the end of the board. Next, he went to his own board, facing mine and laying down. That's how you paddle, he said as his long, muscular arms began waving steadily. The tensing muscles of his shoulders attracted my entire attention. I must have started salivating. Why is she perpetually horny? You're not listening to me, Nacho said with a chuckle. What? I said, distractedly turning my eyes to his face. You were saying? I was telling you about the sharks. He narrowed his eyes playfully. What? I jumped to my feet. What sharks? Lie back down and start listening, he laughed. Learning how to stand up on a surfboard was strange, but I knew it would come in handy sooner or later. No. Nacho yelled at me frequently, bringing my attention back to the task at hand. But how could I focus on training when his sexy butt kept distracting me? Said the woman in a thong! I understood less than half of what he tried to teach me, but at least I caught some basics. You stood up in 3 phases. First, you extended your arms and pushed yourself up. Then, you brought up one leg, the trail leg, and finally, you stood up. Simple in theory. Yeah, I've seen people try to learn how to surf. Let's just say there's a reason I never did it. In the water, it turned out that even paddling was difficult. After falling off my board several times, I was sure that if even the smallest waves appeared, I'd be doomed. 30 minutes in, I became an expert at waving my arms around, at more or less the same time, so they became so sore I was ready to give up. Splayed on my board, I watched my companion, who splashed around in the water with a silly grin. He was so careful, so different from the ever serious Massimo. Nacho was older than the Sicilian, but kept his childishness. Oh, the comments I could make about that. With my face stuck to the surface of the board, I observed his antics and went back to the things we had been doing in the morning. On the one hand, I wanted that man so badly. The desire was practically seeping from me. On the other, I had a husband. Maybe not for much longer, and maybe I had already made a decision to leave him. But my situation was still a bit hazy. Girl, you called him and said I want a divorce. He froze and let you bring him inside, and then later, when he had the harness on, he had to be encouraged to go out. Oh, baby. Oh, he feels like he's in trouble. He didn't mean to break the rules, he just got excited. Oh, poor little kitty. I was bursting with glee at the same time there was a hint of anxiety about everything I did. I kept asking myself if getting into another relationship with a man like that was a good idea. Wow, kinda a bit late for that. You ran away with him, you're fucking, and he's teaching you how to surf. And you told your husband you want a divorce. What are you thinking, B? Nacho asked, paddling closer. We're never going to get an explanation on why he calls her B. His words hit me like a tennis ball volleyed by a pro straight into my face. Nacho, I began slowly, lifting myself up from the board. I'm not ready for a relationship yet. You're just figuring this out now? His eyes grew somber. I don't want to keep you from anything. I don't want commitment, and I definitely don't want to fall in love. The shock and disappointment that bloomed on his face was a bucket of cold water to me. I'd done it again. Fucked up the romantic moment. Been there, done that. Created another problem. If everything was going well, my heart took over from my brain. The brain suddenly rebelled and made me say things that ruined the atmosphere. Oh god. Like, girl, you are not creating problems. You're just realizing you should have thought about this before doing it. And the words I had said were bullshit. Deep down in my heart, I felt that I simply needed to be with Nacho. Well, maybe because he potentially can protect you from your murderous, raging husband, who is absolutely tracking the dog and is going to be there any minute. The thought that after all that had happened I could leave him for months was breaking my heart. The Canarian looked at me for a long while. "I'll wait," he said, and paddled towards the shore. Why? 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 Like, he barely knows her. He knows her less than Massimo did when they got married. Like, this is the thing I hate in stupid romance book, because Twilight is more than guilty of this. Like, Twilight really upped the bar on this. Just because a woman is the main character in the story, suddenly all men just have this fatalistic attraction to her for no other reason than she is the main character. And I'm like, no. There has to be something worth having there. You have to have an actual character. Seriously, try and describe the character of Laura to somebody. What the hell would you say? How would you describe her? What is her personality? Like, not gonna lie, I don't like them either. It's more intimate, but I'm not cheating on my husband and sleeping with any random guy. Yeah, seriously? I know, like, it's not a good situation at all. You know, it's the kind that should end in, like, a Shakespearean level tragedy. I doubt book is gonna go that way, because usually this kind of stuff ends with, like, a happy ending. How they're gonna get to that from here, I don't know. Either Massimo or Nacho has to end up dead. One of them has to kill the other. That's the only way this resolves. She exists. Yes. Yep. She exists. Yep. Horny, shallow, materialistic. Yep. 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 Will fuck any guy with money. I sighed heavily and smacked myself in the head for being stupid like that. Then I followed. I don't know if Nacho needed to blow up some steam or if he usually swam like that, but he reached the sand a long time before I did. I tossed the surfboard away into the sand. He tossed the surfboard away into the sand and took off his wet swimming trunks and wrapped himself in a towel. As he spun and looked over the water, I had my answer. He was fuming. There was no smile on his handsome face this time. His face tensed and his eyes grew cold. I had no idea what to do. Maybe I should stay in the water, but I couldn't do that forever. I swam to the beach and placed my board next to his, stopping him and bravely meeting his gaze. I said nothing. What was there to say? I reached out with his He reached out with his hand and took the strap of my thong, pulling at it. The knot untangled, but the wet fabric still clung to my skin. Nacho untied the knot on the other side and the G-string flew to the ground. I didn't react. My mouth opened as I inhaled. "Are you afraid of me?" he whispered, licking his lips and watching me. "No," I replied without hesitation. "I've never been afraid of you." "Do you want to be?" he asked. His eyes darkened. "Fear turns you on. I know it." He's not wrong. His arm shot out and his fingers tightened around my neck. Oh great, so now he's doing I'll become the other guy to make you love me. That's what he's doing. Yep. So he's getting next level stupid all on his own. He's going, "Yep, let me act like the guy you ran away from." Also, dude, this is not waiting for her. This is pressuring. This is coercive. This is manipulating. His fingers tightened around my neck. A wave of heat crashed over me. You'll only fall in love with me when I become terrifying? He pushed me and tripped me. I fell into the sand. He lowered himself to me. "I can be that," he growled. I'm checking the "someone is a rapist" box. He took her clothes off without consent. Now he's knocking her down saying, "I can be evil too." Like, dude, you're supposed to be the good bad guy. Now he's turning into an idiot. And this, by the way, he just said, "I'll wait." This is not waiting. Like, what is it with bad writing and characters saying one thing and doing another? Because it's a consistency in this. Oh, I missed it. You're right. He did do the growling thing. Everybody needs to stop with the growling. Like, seriously, I want to know. Men, I'm looking for male comments here. Is it annoying or offensive to you as a man when the men in these books constantly roar and growl? Also, I now want to know, what is the name for being sexually aroused by fear? It's going to end in philia because arousals are all philias. What is fear philia? There's got to be a word. Somebody has to have coined it. Oh, I have a message from PayPal for a thing that I don't know about. It's not a duck. Okay. Ugh. I remembered I gotta call my bank today. But I can't call them today because it's Saturday. Nah, something went through my account that I didn't recognize. They were supposed to call me back 2 weeks ago. They didn't call. So I gotta call and find out what that was and if I need to reverse it or whatever it was. It's one of those things that comes up as like an account number or something, but it's not to any account that I'm aware of. So they were supposed to figure out what it was. Because, being the bank, they should probably know. Nacho's tongue brutally assaulted my mouth, sliding inside. I placed my hand on the back of his neck. He licked me, kissed me, and bit me. His massive arms crushed me like a vice grip as he tore the towel from his hips. "Tell me you don't want me," he whispered, fixing me with an intense stare of his emerald eyes. Okay, dude, seriously, he is focusing only on sex. She didn't say she didn't want sex with him. She said, "I don't want a relationship right now." She left her husband like 12 hours ago, for Christ's sake. Like, she's not even certain she's going to fully leave him and get divorced yet. So, yeah. Like, give things a minute. Deacon, is that the real word? Because that feels like something the internet made up. "Tell me you don't want me at your side." His hands clasped around my wrist and squeezed, immobilizing me. I moaned. "Tell me you won't follow if I leave." I said nothing. He waited for an instant and then entered me. So this is completely non-consensual because she has not said a fucking word. Then he entered me without warning. "Tell me," he screamed. His fat cock impaled me and took my wits away. I couldn't think. I couldn't speak. "That's what I thought," he laughed. He slid out and rolled me onto my stomach. His legs pushed between mine, spreading. He closed his fist around a handful of my hair and pulled. I knelt before him. So he's literally just abusing her right now. And she's letting him. She's not saying a thing. She's not resisting. She's just literally a posable fuck doll for both of these men. His grip on my ponytail was strong. I couldn't breathe. This gentle man had never acted this way before. He'd never been so brutal. I was shocked. Yeah, isn't the gentleness what we liked about him? He kissed and bit my shoulders, my neck, my back. We were alone on a deserted island and he would fuck me on the beach. Salty water was still dripping from my hair when his hand reached down, touching my clit. His fingers rubbed my most sensitive spot and I moaned enthralled. There's so much sand that has to be in her vagina right now. So all I can think of is ow, 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 infection. I felt his erect prick touching the entrance to my snatch. Oh, stop using that word. I hate that word. I hate that word. I hate that word. But we get to play with fire. I did refill the lighter because it was running low. Yes, it's totally a thing. Scarousal. That is a horrible word. That is a horrible, horrible, horrible word. The recognized phenomenon body misinterprets the adrenaline, high heart rate, and cortisol from fear as sexual excitement. Huh. Interesting. It's totally a thing, not a part of your studies. Yeah. That's the colloquial term. Scientifically, it's known as misattribution of arousal or excitation transfer. See, misattribution, that's a good sciencey word. That's a really good sciencey word. Scare arousal. Yeah. See, that's why that sounds like a made up internet term, because it is. And yes, the sand. Like, for all the times I've seen it in movies, I have never had a desire to have sex on the beach. Not even the cocktail. Because, yeah, all I can think of is, like, how dirty beaches are. And getting sand up in there, you are going to wake up with the most massive infection of your life. And those fucking hurt so bad. Like, it's just, this is a terrible place to fuck. Go into the ocean and fuck. That's better. And I know you're not supposed to fuck in water. I forget why, but there's a reason. But it's better than sand. And also, there's going to be like broken fucking glass and seashells and yes, tiny crabs and isn't there like sand mites? Isn't that a thing? I think that's a thing. And there's like worms that can make you really sick. I never cared for Baywatch. I didn't understand why anybody found David Hasselhoff hot. I mean, I was watching it for the sexy women when I did see clips of it, but I still didn't understand why anyone found anyone in the show really attractive. I mean, like, yeah, the women were hot, but they weren't like what I found attractive because they were so sexualized and so like clearly just here for guys to masturbate at that it like made them not sexy to me. Touching the entrance to my snatch, just brushing against it. I arched my back, sticking out my butt and moving closer. I was ready. I wanted him to start. Nacho kept still. He didn't move at all. Then, without warning, he charged in, slamming his cock inside me and pulling at my hair at the same time. Excuse me. His hips pistoned like crazy, slamming into my buttocks. He took his hand off my pussy and moved it to the right side, tightening its grip on my ass. He fucked me just like I wanted. Expertly, steady, rough, and loud. The sounds coming from my throat assured him that this hard fucking was just what I liked. So you don't want me, he asked, stopping 3 seconds from an orgasm. You don't want to fall in love with me. He released my hair. So you don't need that either. His hips started retreating. I didn't let him. Are you kidding me? I gasped out as he smirked. Pulled out a bit more. Then he leaned over me, keeping just the tip of his penis inside me, his face hovering above my ear. Are you my girl? He asked, and simultaneously thrust forward with his hips, impaling me brutally. I let out a yelp. Are you? He slid out and rammed his cock back in. Yes, I cried out. His hands closed on my buttocks as he started pumping with unbelievable speed. We came together. Nacho collapsed on me, pressing me into the soft sand. So we're a couple, he said, breathing heavily. You're impossible, I replied with a laugh when he moved to lie next to me. I told you everything that I said when you were inside me doesn't count. He rolled me on my side and threw his leg over me, at the same time pulling me towards him. "Don't you want to be my girl?" he asked, disappointed, pouting. "I do, but—" "See? I'm not inside you now," he said happily, and before I could finish, he stuck his tongue in my mouth. What in the actual fuck? Yeah, Deacon, this author, Massimo's usually the one impaling her, but she likes that word. Because water isn't very good at lubricating and it washes away your natural fluids. This is a reasonable explanation. That's actually a better one than I've heard before. It did have a good theme song. I will give Baywatch that. They had a good theme song. Yeah, that's, again, she likes to use that kind of language. But how fucking sick is what we just read? She goes, "I don't want a relationship right now because I am literally at the very, 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 very beginning of leaving somebody else and getting divorced. And I don't know what I want right now because it's been literally like one day and I'm not sure of anything. So I don't want a relationship right now, guy I just fucked and that I ran to protect me." Oh. And his immediate response is to show her, "I can be a violent pseudo-rapist too. I can be violent and fuck you roughly and scare you the way that your husband, the guy you're running from for taking that shit too far, the guy you're running from, I can do that too. And I'm going to deny you orgasm the way he does until you promise to be my girlfriend." Like, it's insane. This is insane. Like, did anybody would think this is love or a good relationship? Like, oh my bloody god. Like, again, if you just put a sticker on the front saying nothing in this book is meant to resemble a real relationship or a healthy sexual relationship, please do not imitate, I will shut my mouth. And yes, I was one of those people who was very anti, like, those bullshit Tipper Gore stickers, which I am still anti. I do think things should have proper classifications. Like, I do not think we should get rid of movie and game ratings. There needs to be a rating system. You need to know what games are for 5-year-olds and what games are for 35-year-olds. There is a difference there. So I'm all for having a rating system. I think it goes too far and it gets into way too much censorship. And, it's not consistent because it's all subjective and it's whoever's in the room making the decision. That needs to be worked on. Also, a lot of people need to grow the fuck up when it comes to things having swearing in them. It doesn't make something R-rated just because somebody says fuck. And it's like, you all want to pretend your kids don't hear that fucking shit every fucking day. They go to school. I promise you, they hear it. So stop pretending they have virgin little ears past the age of like 7. They don't. And no, I don't think growing up around cursing in any way is bad for kids. Like, I do not understand why people get so bent out of shape about curse words. I really don't. I think it's one of the dumbest things that people make a big deal out of. But that said, let's play with fire. Ooh, that went well. Yeah, you really gotta hold it close. Ooh, for once it smells like burnt log again. Nice. Very nice. Teenage Ninja Turtles first movie, Ralph just said damn. Yeah. I don't know how many of those they made. They should make a good. That's a movie that, like, they should make a cartoon one rather than live action. It doesn't work in live action. Stick to cartoon. Like, that's why the 80s Mario movie didn't work, because it never should have been live action. That was the dumbest thing. And, while I'm certain that there was a lot of cocaine and acid that went into the decision to make that, and then certainly into the script and the filming. Sitting in the kitchen, I watch Nacho cook. Usually when you get a villa, you also get your own chef. But this time Nacho took things into his own hands. He didn't even allow me to help. When I tried, he pushed me over the counter and fucked me until I orgasmed for the fourth time that day. Okay, just randomly bend her over the. Yep. Yeah, Sarah, your daughter is right. She speaks the truth. Yeah. Anything you think she hasn't heard, believe me, she heard it a long time ago. Tomorrow, he said, taking my plate after dinner, we'll need a plan. I lifted my eyes, suddenly wary. Massimo will try to kidnap you. He brought his private army with him. I could get more of my people too, but I don't feel like engaging in a dick measuring contest with that guy. I dropped my head and hid it in my hands. Listen, baby girl. Oh! Okay, if he starts calling her that too. Hold on, I forgot to mark. Where is it? Where's my page of stuff? Oh, I forgot to draw. Wait, I forgot to do something. Damn it. Fucking. Ugh! Goddamn highlighter keeps falling over. That's the third time. Stop it! Okay, one snatch, one baby girl. Got it. You gotta read the other page first. Don't call me that again, I snapped. That's an appropriate response. Jumping to my feet. Don't you ever call me that again, I hissed, wagging a finger in his face. He should have known better on that one. Come on. My eyes teared up. I had that fight or flight instinct again, and I picked flight. I spun around and stormed out, stopping by the pool. My breath was quickened. That emotional overload was going to kill me. I couldn't even cry. My throat cramped. You don't have to see him, Nacho said, stopping behind me. It was your decision. I only want to keep you safe. So please stop fighting. Talk to me. I turned around and inhaled to start yelling again, but at the sight of him, barefoot with his hands in the pockets of his torn jeans, looking at me so earnestly, I softened. My head dropped and the lump in my throat vanished. Here's what we're going to do. We'll go to Ibiza tomorrow. We'll go to a restaurant I selected and sit at the table I chose. Nacho took my cheeks and looked into my eyes. It's very important, Laura. You need to do exactly what I tell you. So yeah, she's gone from one ultra controlling guy to other ultra controlling guy. This is the plot of White Female, where the new roommate assumes the persona of another. I love that movie. We gotta put that on for movie night at some point. It's so good. Oh, Poppy, you're working on your cussing. Oh, okay. You mean it diminishing? Because I would say improving is the better option. If you're gonna cuss, at least make it effective. It is a good movie. Underrated. It did not get its due at the time. I forget who all is in that. I don't know. I was too young to be watching it when I was watching it, but yeah, I forget who is in that. What is on my face? Summer heat equals ultra dry skin. I did put on moisturizer the other day. I just didn't realize it had glitter in it, so then I was all glittery. It's very important, Laura. You need to do exactly what I tell you. Torricelli needs to sit at the right place too, and that's about it. Is he setting him up to shoot him? Because it sounds like he's trying to get him to sit in a certain place so he can blow his brains out. Not that I'm opposed to this. He didn't take his eyes off me for a while, finally reaching for his phone. When the phone rings tomorrow, pick it up and turn the speaker on. He pushed it to my hand and hugged me to his warm, tattooed chest. But if anything goes badly, he said, his voice suddenly breaking, remember that I'll find you and come for you. Nacho. I raised my eyes and stroked his face with a hand. I need to talk to him. I won't be able to continue without making this right. Yeah, he's never gonna let you go. I get it. And as I said, I can't make you do anything. I can only make sure you're safe. He planted a kiss on my brow. As soon as we're done with that, I'm taking you to Tenerife. Amelia is preparing a welcome party. He rolled his eyes and smiled. She's so happy you're coming. Isn't he also the head of his mob family now? They're going to be okay with him, seducing and kidnapping the wife of another mob boss that's definitely going to lead to, like, a mob war? You rarely cuss, but something slipped out when Ozzy made it outside. Yeah. I'm sure that's what Kitty was thinking once he realized he was outside without permission and was going to be in trouble. But he saw an open door and just had to go for it. Jesus, what was I going to tell my mom this time? That I felt like living in the Canary Islands for a change with a guy I barely knew? I should probably also mention I had nearly died in his dad's house and that the man who had shot me was my new lover's brother-in-law. Would you like to sleep alone tonight? Nacho asked, feeling the tension in my body. I muttered in response, confirming. There's a bedroom next to the one we sleep in. I'll be there if you need me. He kissed my forehead and went back to the house. Massimo sat down facing me, keeping his emotionless eyes trained on my face. Okay, so we're just jumping right into it. He placed his hands on the table and waited. His jaw was clenched. That meant nothing good. His cold, dead eyes fixed me with a brooding stare. If you think you can just leave me, you're wrong. This is exactly what we expected. Okay, apparently he's about to go full evil, so brace for it. The man in black hissed through his teeth. I'll tell you the same thing I said last time. Do you love your parents? Your brother? Do you want them to be safe? If yes, get your ass up and walk to the car like a good girl. He pointed his chin outside. I wanted to throw up. This is what he says. Come with me or I kill your family. Yeah. Are you putting together now that you were always just a fuck doll? And worse than that, you were just property. You were a thing to literally sit there and look pretty while he does coke with his mafia boss friends so that he can show them that he's got his woman under control. Like, you were never anything more than that. Like, you're not even a real wife. Let your new lover shoot him and move on. And what's next? I growled. You'll keep me locked up and rape me? That's what he's been doing this entire time. I stood up and propped my arms on the table. I don't love you anymore. I love Nacho. No, you don't. You can fuck me however you want, but I'll always think only of him when you do. Overcome with deadly fury, Massimo bellowed and sprung to his feet. They're in a public restaurant. He gripped my neck and squeezed, ramming me into the wooden tabletop. All the glasses toppled and shattered. I twisted my head, looking frantically for some help. There was no one else around. Really, in the middle of a restaurant, in the middle of the city, there's nobody there. Jesus, I wailed. Massimo ripped my briefs off. Let's try you out, he growled, unzipping his pants with one hand and holding my wrists in a vice-like grip with the other. Is she having a bad dream? I feel like there's no way this is happening in public and nobody's stopping him and Nacho's not shooting him. I feel like this is a dream. No, I don't want to. No, I screamed, thrashing to break free. Please no. My love, my little girl. I heard a soft voice speaking into my ear. My eyes snapped open. Yeah, she's dreaming. It was just a dream. Tattooed arms were around me, embracing me. Jesus, I breathed, feeling tears streaking down my face. What if he threatens my family again? I looked at him pleadingly. How much of a tell is it that the him threatening her family, that's not the tip off that it's a dream. The fact that he starts to murder her in public and nobody intervenes, that's the tip off. Uh, right about what? That Nacho's gonna shoot him? Oh, about this being a dream because chat's on a delay. Sorry. Yeah, I think they made the delay longer, actually, because I feel like it's not 20 seconds anymore. But, like, how easily could that have actually happened and we would totally believe it? Your family's already under my protection, he said calmly, stroking my hair. My men have them under surveillance. Your brother works for Massimo and manages a couple of companies, which he can't afford to lose. So I think Jabku is safe? Okay, wait. He's more than tripled the Torricelli's income since they made him CEO. They changed her brother's name. Her brother's name was like Koba or something. It was Kube, and yet I think he's referring to the brother, and it says Jakub, which I'm guessing this is the actual Polish name, and they were usually English Anglicanizing it for the book, and they missed one because he's definitely referring to the brother, and that's not the brother's name. But yeah, I'm guessing that's the Polish spelling, and they've been Anglicanizing, and they missed one. That's a big oversight. Yeah, it's. Oh, it is. You're right. It's Jacob. Yeah, it's Jacob in I guess Polish spelling, but he's been called Kuba the entire time. It's Kuba. That's what it is. Kuba. I don't know where it is in this, but it's in there somewhere. But that's what her brother is usually called. You know, unless she suddenly has another brother we didn't know about who also works for Massimo. He shrugged, but I have eyes on him too, just to be sure. Thank you, I whispered as he tucked me in. Stay with me. I held his hand. He pressed his naked body to mine. Would you like to make love to me? I asked quietly, pushing out my butt and brushing my hips against his. You have a weird way of coping with stress, Bee. Sleep now, he said with a smile and snuggled up against me. All right, let's burn some things. I didn't forget, I just wanted to read far enough ahead so that I could burn it without, being unable to read the following pages. Okay, I'm gonna have to hold this a little differently this time. Okay, hoping the entire book doesn't catch fire. Say goodbye to baby girl. Okay, for some reason the paper in this section is not as flammable. It did burn through to the current pages. Definitely burns deeply, we can say that. Oh. Alright, 1 hour in. Mandatory stretch. Oh. Stretching good. Went for the soft bra today because things are sensitive. But now my back is going, you're not fully supported and I'm going to complain about it. It's like, yep. So you just got to kind of decide which type of pain would you like. Winner Takes It All is a good song. Yeah, the two of them just need to pull a Wild West shootout. Just do the 20 paces, turn and fire. Whoever's left standing gets the whore. There you go. Oh no. Oh no. No, where did this go? Fuck. Oh, the next page. Okay, we're almost at the end of the chapter. The next morning on Tango Mango was beautiful. Or Tago Mago. However, we've decided to say this place. The sun rose and bathed the little island in golden light, and I couldn't find my place. Nacho went for a swim while I made us breakfast. Then I went to the shower. After that, I still had nothing to do. I even briefly considered doing some housework, just to stop myself from thinking. I wanted to get this over with. You have a dog. You can play with the dog on the beach. Like, I feel like Book has forgotten that she has a dog with her. For a moment, I felt a pang of sadness at the thought that I had no nice shoes with me. Ah! That's her character in a nutshell. The only thing that's making her sad right now is she didn't pack the Givenchy boots. She doesn't have her fucking ridiculously expensive, ugly ass shoes, and that makes her sad. That's her character in a nutshell. On second thought, though, I couldn't care less, except that you just said not having them made you sad. I didn't have to dress up for my husband anymore. Back in the bedroom, I went to my suitcase and looked at the chaos inside. I can't do this without music, I muttered and switched on the sound system. As Run the Show by Cat DeLuna and Busta Rhymes reverberated around me, I felt myself coming back to life. That's what I needed. More bass, rhythm, and music. Swirling to the music, that's a new one. I put on my navy blue Dolce & Gabbana shorts, black Mark by Marc Jacobs sneakers, and a short gray stonewashed t-shirt with a skull motif. It was going to kill him, I thought, putting on gradient aviators and pirouetting. Oh, now we're doing revenge dressing, and we've got too bad I didn't mark down music artists, but we've got Dolce & Gabbana and Mark by Marc Jacobs, so we get 2 more brand names dropped. I forgot to tape the pages together. And suddenly the booming music stopped, replaced with Nicole Scherzinger. I don't know this person. A velvety voice as she sang, "I'm done." I froze. "I don't club dance," said Nacho, walking over, "but I loved how you shook your sweet little ass." He took my hand and kissed my palm before pulling me in and closing me in an embrace. I felt all my fears dissipate. The stress and everything I'd been holding inside since waking up had vanished too. This is so not healthy. Jesus, does that man have a song for every occasion? I thought as I realized the song he picked was about me. I don't want to fall in love. I just want to have a little fun. But then you came and swept me up, Nicole sang. I knew that he like I knew that he knew. I knew that he felt what I kept inside. At the same time, I thought that as long as I didn't speak the words, I'd be safe. That the feelings I had for him wouldn't be real. Nacho swayed slowly, kissing my shoulder. One of his hands rested on the back of my neck, the other at the base of my back. Despite what he had told me, I could feel the rhythm perfectly. He might have lied when he said he couldn't dance. "Ready?" he asked, smiling triumphantly. "No," I replied at once and went to the sound system. "Now I'll play something for you." A steady beat filled the room. Nacho snorted with laughter, hearing I Don't Need a Man by the Pussycat Dolls. Seriously, he asked with a frown as I wiggled my butt for him to see. Some samba, some rumba, some hip hop. Nacho watched me with an amused expression while I sung about needing no man. Now I'm ready, I said when the song ended. Now we're going to take a shower, together, and I'm going to show you I do need a man. Ugh. That may be the most vomit inducing thing I've read in this book. I had to brush my hair again and redo my makeup. Luckily, I had taken my clothes off in advance so I could still wear the outfit to the meeting. Nacho waited by the kitchen counter, sipping juice and talking over the phone. He wore loose, tattered denim shorts and a tight fitting black t shirt. I glanced in his direction from upstairs and couldn't help smiling. He had flip flops on. A mobster and paid killer wearing flip flops. He downed his juice and looked up at me, ending his call. Is the phone I gave you yesterday on? Is it fully charged? Do you have it in your bag? He asked, putting on sunglasses. Yes, I checked twice. Listen, Nacho, I began inhaling. You'll tell me on our way home, B. Now come with me. Okay, so he's really like flipped like personality because now he's doing everything Massimo did, and I know that he's like he thinks that's what she wants, that's what she's used to, that's why the rough sex without the consent. But now he's just being a controlling douchebag like Massimo and like every other guy in this, of just cutting her off, telling her what to do, and like I'm starting to waffle on being Team Nacho, okay? He's starting to not be worthy if he's gonna turn into the same douchebag guy that she left. You know, I'm pretty steadily Team Dog at this point, which is to say I'm not even Team Laura, I'm just Team Dog. As long as the dog gets a good outcome, that's all that matters. And again, Book has forgotten she has the dog. Probably because it wants you to forget the dog so that when he tracks her with the dog, it'll be like, oh my god, didn't see that coming. It's like, no, that's why you gave her a living thing with a microchip in it. Duh. Chapter 13. I arrived at the place Nacho had chosen half an hour early. I needed to get there before Massimo if we were to sit at the right table. We didn't inform Massimo about the time and place of our meeting until a quarter before the appointed hour. That's how we had to do it. Otherwise, he'd have sent dozens of our goons our way, and I wouldn't even have reached the table before they have kidnapped me. Like, that's gonna stop them. My heart was racing. I ordered a cocktail to calm my nerves. Cappuccino Grande Cafe, as the place called it, was normally empty at this hour. As the place was called. Ugh. My brain ain't working tonight. Probably because it's bitching at me for food. It's like, food is later. Now I'm seriously craving pizza. Most people would be home, sleeping through the siesta or curing their hangovers. That day, it was nearly empty too. Ugh. The restaurant was situated by the bay overlooking a hill battered with historic buildings, rising above an old port. All of a sudden, my phone vibrated. I jerked away, nearly falling from my chair. There was a message for me. I can see you and practically hear your heart racing. Keep calm, B. Keep calm. Sure thing. Easy for you to say, I muttered. You know Nacho's on one of the rooftops with like a sniper rifle aimed. Like, is she not like, seriously, is he going to take a shot at Massimo and miss? Or like, because why are we luring him here if not to kill him? Like, they don't need to be face to face to talk. Another text came. I can speak Polish. My eyes bulged. He really could hear me. Well, duh. I sipped my mojito, already calming down with the knowledge that Nacho was keeping everything under his control. God, she really has no free will whatsoever. Baby girl, I heard a voice. It cut through the air like a samurai sword, curt and sharp. Fighting to keep conscious, I turned and saw my husband. He was wearing a black suit and a black shirt. He stopped by the table. I couldn't guess his mood. He had sunglasses on, but he must have been furious. When is he not? When is he not? When is he not furious? He's always furious. That's his entire thing. Yes, we got baby girl again. Oh, my aching shoulder. Oh. Divorce, he asked, sitting down and unbuttoning his blazer. Yes, I replied simply. His accent was already starting to prickle my nose. What? What's happening, Laura? He put his glasses down and turned to look at me. Is this your attempt at a manifesto? A test? He frowned. What the hell are you wearing? You're acting out like a teenager. Well, he's not wrong about that, but he's still a terrible person and she should leave him. I said nothing. Here we were, talking, just as I had wanted, but I seemed to have nothing to say to him. A waiter brought us a coffee. I forced down the bile in my throat. I can't be with you anymore, I said. I can't and I won't. You lied to me. And above all, you wanted to. I paused, knowing that Nacho could hear us. What happened in Messina was the final nail in the coffin, as they say. Our relationship is over. My voice was strong and composed. Can you blame me? Massimo said accusingly. Here we go. That's a great response to her saying, you raped me once, you tried to rape me again, you were going to kill me. And he responds with, can you blame me? The way you called me like that piece of shit who killed my son. Okay, wait a minute. Nacho didn't have anything to do with that. It was Massimo's ex and his psycho twin that ran her car off the road, and in the movie they ran her car off the road. In this one she got shot, but who shot her? It wasn't Nacho, was it? He's not the one who shot her. The guy who shot her is dead. I don't know. I guess he's blaming him because he can. But like in both book and movie version, Nacho is not the one who shot her. Like I did. Was that a reason to get coked up? I took my glasses off so he could see the hate in my eyes. You left me for close to 6 months and made me depressed because you couldn't cope with what had happened to us. I leaned in closer. Haven't you thought that I might need you? That we could go through this together? My eyes watered. I'm not going to continue like that, I said, reining in my emotions and putting the glasses back on. I don't want the security guards, the constant fear, the control, and the transmitters. Well, you knew what you were getting, okay? Like, girl, you are like a victim of your own choices here. Because you knew all that. You chose to marry that. You were well informed that that was how it was going to be. Good luck, Deacon. I don't want to be afraid each time you drink or do coke in your library. I don't want to wake up in the night and have to check if you're there. Let me go. I want nothing from you. No. That curt refusal hit me like a truck. And there are a few reasons why you'll stay with me. Oh, this is going to be great. This is going to be wonderful. First, because I can't imagine any other man using something that belongs to me. That's a great first reason. That's a great first reason. I can't have you, therefore no one else can. That's his first reason. I don't want to share my fuck doll. And second, because I like to fuck you. Okay, there we go. There, just say the quiet part out loud. Okay. He said with a mocking laugh. Besides, I think everything can be settled. This is just another roadblock to ram through. Now finish your cocktail and get your things. We're going back to Sicily. Okay, he's really not getting it. Oh, yeah. Girl, like, I don't have a red flag big enough for that statement. Like, we just need to permanently like hang this right here because everything is a red flag. And also, I'm saying from Massimo's point of view, he's got no reason to think that things won't go exactly the way he wants. Because this is her pattern. She gets mad, she runs away. She either comes back to him or he goes to get her. Like, what's this, the fourth or fifth time she's done this? So, yeah, it's not unreasonable for him to expect that she's just being a child and throwing a fit like she always does. But she doesn't really mean it. She's just mad. It's not unreasonable. That's the problem. You're going back to Sicily, but I'm staying. I countered, getting up. If you don't sign the divorce papers, you don't even have papers. Like, most places, I don't know if this is true in Italy, but most places require a legal separation period before you can divorce. You told him you wanted to divorce like 48 hours ago. You don't have papers yet. It's not quite that easy. I mean, it can be. There's such a thing as like a quick, amicable divorce, but divorces can be hell. I was a little kid. I was like 5, 6, and I watched my aunt go through the mother of all divorces / custody battles for like 3.5 years between her and her incredibly toxic, ex-husband. Not that she is not like somewhat toxic herself, but at the time, she was the stable person. He was the very, very unstable person who pulled a lot of shit during the divorce. He had a definite, you know, I'll never let you go. You're my wife. They're my kids. Like, he intentionally made things hell. And he continued to drag her back into court over custody issues for like the next 15 years. Seriously. Like filing, I don't know how he was allowed to, but he filed like the same motions over and over and over just to drag her back to court to argue about their custody agreement, which they both agreed to. They both agreed to. When the divorce was finalized, they both agreed to a certain custody arrangement. And he spent like the next 15 years dragging her back in court trying to challenge it. And it's like, dude, this was not a court ordered arrangement. This was an arrangement the two of you worked out privately and agreed to. The court is not going to intervene here. And yet somehow he was able to drag her back to court over and over and over and over and over, like until the kids were 18. Because the kids were like 3 and like 5 when they divorced. They were little. If you don't sign the divorce papers, what? What are you going to do, Laura? Massimo stood up, looming over me. I'm the head of the Torricelli family, and you're threatening me? His arm shot out and grabbed me by the shoulder. That's when his cup exploded. See, I told you Nacho was on a roof with a sniper rifle. I fixed a terrified stare at the shards of porcelain on the table. My phone started vibrating. I accepted the call and put it on speaker. She's not threatening you, Nacho's voice said coldly. I am. Now sit down, Massimo, or the next round hits your head. See, should have just shot him in the head and saved us all the trouble. Also, nobody is noticing that a window just shattered and a cup just shattered there's a bullet in the floor in a public restaurant. The man in black was fuming. He kept still. A moment later, the sugar bowl detonated. So now there's 2 shots and nobody is running screaming, calling for the police. Sit down, the Canarian growled. Massimo took a seat. You're either very brave or very stupid to be shooting at me, he said impassively. I wasn't aiming at you. If I were, you'd be dead, Nacho replied. I could hear the smile in his voice. Now let's cut to the chase. Lara will leave this restaurant in a moment and walk to the car parked by the entrance. And you, Massimo, will accept that she doesn't want to be with you anymore. And you'll let her go. If not, I'll prove to you just how many places on your island can serve as my firing positions. You employed a killer, darling. Ooh, darling. Now we have 2. Massimo laughed. My own wife. He smacked his lips, shaking his head. You have to know, Laura, that if you leave this place without me, there'll be no coming back. Oh, is he saying he's going to let her go? Like, we know he's going to put a hit out on both of them. Get up, B, and walk to the gray Mercedes parked by the entrance. Ivan is waiting for you there. Won't you introduce yourself? The man in black asked as I stood up. So I know who I can thank for my newly acquired liberty. Marcelo Nachos Matos. Those 3 words made Massimo's whole body tense like a bowstring before letting loose the arrow. Now everything makes sense, he said derisively. Okay, we're saying he didn't know that she was with Nacho? I call bullshit. You little whore. How could you do this to me? Hold your horses, Torricelli, or I blast your brains out, Nacho growled. Walk to the car now, Laura. Yeah, like, what do you think he's going to do now that he thinks another mob boss stole his wife? The guy that he already blamed for shooting her and killing their child. Even though, again, Nacho is not the person who shot her. My legs shook as I passed Massimo. Suddenly he grabbed me, spun around and obscured Nacho's view of him. His hands tightened on my shoulders. Oh God, I'm dead, I thought. Look at your right shoulder, Massimo, Nacho said calmly. There's more than one shooter. The man in black glanced down. There was a red dot on his right shoulder. I will kill you if you don't release her before I count to 3. 1. Massimo's eyes drilled holes into the dark surface of my sunglasses. He took them off. 2. The Canarian kept counting. My husband watched me as if hypnotized. He leaned in and kissed me. I didn't even flinch. Jesus, the way he smelled. I couldn't but recall all those months we had spent together, all those beautiful moments. 3. Massimo let me go. Barely able to keep upright, I staggered. See you around, baby girl, he said, straightening his blazer and sitting back down. Yeah, he's gonna kill her. And we get to play with fire. You know what? Let's go back and do 1 before I completely forget. Okay. We got baby girl again, because anytime he's around, the count on the baby girl goes way up. Okay. Okay, that almost tried to set the whole thing on fire. And we'll get rid of Darling at the same time. Yeah, I think it's mostly around the edges that it goes whoosh. I ran out. There was a car parked by the side of the street. Ivan was waiting for me. I glanced back and saw Dominic with his back against the black SUV. He just shook his head sadly. I wanted to cry. Okay, I also want to know what happens to Olga. Is she still going to marry Massimo? Or we like? I assume because of length of book that it doesn't get to her wedding and Laura having to choose whether to be their friend. But it means seeing Massimo and he'll definitely try to kill her. And like, I assume book is not going to go there because it's way too smart for this author and complex for her to write. But yeah, like, is her best friend still with Dominic? Like, what's the plan? Because if she stays with Dominic, the two will never see each other again. Get in, Ivan said, opening the door for me. He took the driver's seat. Where is he? I asked, my voice breaking. Take me to Nacho. I couldn't breathe. A panic attack was coming. He has to stay here. He has to stay where he is a while longer. Play the little soldier boy. The car took a turn into a narrow street and sped across town. He's going to be all right, Ivan added. I hope so. My heart was hammering and a shiver went down my spine. I trembled, even though it was sweltering hot outside. I felt cold. I curled up on the back seat. Are you okay, Laura? Ivan asked. I can take you to him, but I must ask him if it's at all possible this early. Yeah, because he's probably going to follow Massimo and shoot him. Why is nobody else thinking this? Give me the phone. I'll call him. Trying to block the tears coming to my eyes, I took the offered cell phone and nervously waited for Nacho to pick up. Please, God, let him pick up, I prayed silently. Ivan. Nacho broke the deathly silence. I need you, I sobbed. Give me to the driver. I passed the phone to Ivan. 10 minutes later, we were parked by a narrow street in the historic old town. I sat up and swept away my tears, looking outside and waiting. Then there he was, strolling calmly in those flip-flops and loose jeans of his. He had sunglasses on and a large bag thrown over his shoulder. Nacho opened the trunk, threw the package in, and joined me. I know now why I can't call you baby girl. I'm still burning it. He smiled broadly. I promise you I won't. Like he didn't know before that that was the reason. He knows everything. With my back pressed into the seat, I stared at him without understanding. I hope nobody else ever calls you baby girl. Come here. He spread his arms, and I launched myself at him, snuggling against his chest. We did it, Bee, Nacho whispered and kissed my head. Now let's hope he's smarter than he is proud. I made him an offer he couldn't refuse, he laughed, though normally it's the Sicilian style. How much did I cost you? I asked, lifting my head. Too little, he said, pulling his glasses off. You're worth a lot more, kiddo. Now, what were you going to tell me back home? He pulled me closer. Nothing, I breathed. Where are we going? I need to see the boys, and I need to go to one more place before we leave. Nacho replied and shook with laughter. I sat in my seat and sent him a confusing look as he grinned at me. What did you throw in the trunk? A fucking sniper rifle, you dumb twit! His face grew serious. A gun, he replied. Was that you who shot at the coffee cup? Who the fuck else would it be? God, why is she so stupid? My brain hurts. Why is she so fucking stupid? I mean, she's not alone. Everyone in this is ridiculously stupid, but... I have ashes on me. He nodded his head. How could you know you'd hit? 'Cause this is what he does? He laughed and slid closer to hug me again. Darling, if you'd shot guns for as long as I have, you'd be able to hit a grain of sugar from that distance. Besides, I wasn't really that far away. It was pretty easy. Before he came in, I watched through the scope the way your blood was pumping through the veins in your neck. I knew you were nervous. I want to be able to shoot like that, I said. Yeah, that takes a while. He tightened his embrace. I think it's enough that I can do that. The car stopped by a beautiful hair salon. I glanced at Nacho, surprised. Is this cover for a mafia meeting place? I whispered furtively. No, he said, snorting with laughter. It's a hair salon. I'll leave you here. How come? I still didn't remember. Nacho gave me his hand and led me out of the car. We went inside and were greeted by a gorgeous brunette who approached Nacho and smooched him on the cheek. She was simply breathtaking. Not too tall and with tattoos covering her shoulders and cleavage. She stood a bit too close and smiled a bit too widely to my man. I did not like it one bit. Was I jealous? The realization was like a hit in the head. I cleared my throat and squeezed Nacho's hand, barging my way to the front. I'm Laura, I said, interrupting their chat. Yeah, I know. Hi, the girl answered with a beaming smile. I'm Nina, and those are your extensions. She pinched my fake hair between her fingers and shook her head in disgust. Give me an hour, Marcelo. I was dumbstruck. My eyes darted from the girl to Nacho. I twisted around, facing him as he was preparing to leave. I will never interfere with what you do or who you are, he said, stroking my cheek. But for crying out loud, that fake hair is just atrocious. Oh, I'd be killing him. I burst out in laughter, finally realizing what we were doing here. I was planning to get rid of them anyway. I kissed him softly on the mouth. They were part of my therapy, but I don't need them anymore. See you in an hour. I walked back to Nina, who was waiting for me by the barber chair. After having all my extensions detached, to my surprise, I found my own hair had grown out fairly long. This was another time when a change in my life was about to be accompanied by a change of hairstyle. I asked Nina to brighten up my hair. In the meantime, Nacho called that he was going to be late, so he had time to effect some really spectacular changes. How much lighter? She asked, standing behind me. There was a little bowl in her hands. She was stirring its contents. I want it chestnut colored, I announced. From what you've said, you like to radically change hair colors pretty frequently. I can guarantee that you won't leave here. I can't guarantee you won't leave here completely bald, she said and started applying the chemicals. This is true. You don't want to bleach the shit out of your hair too often. It doesn't like it. Yeah. I don't think I trust her with a gun. I mean, we've proven that he actually knows what he's doing with a gun, so he's okay, but her, definitely not. Uh, but we have some fire to play with. And a reminder that we also have Ducks handcuffs and Skittles drink mix available for anyone who would like to help a girl out and help support the channel and help me pay bills and stuff at the respective rates of $10, $25, and $50. PayPal link at the top of the chat. 3, 2, 1. So good. Alright. Wow, already burned through, but we have 3 burnings on this page. In other words, we're about to burn this page. But let's enjoy ourselves, shall we? If I start down here, do you think it'll go up and catch that one, or will that be too much to blow out? Let's try it. Ah, it almost got it. It blurted out, but it's not enough. I can still see it. Therefore, okay, that's better. It's making a lovely crackling sound. See if I bring it close to the mic. Okay, don't drop embers on my chest again. Can we hear it? Okay. Probably shouldn't have brought that so close to my face. And we have one more. Perfect. Ah. Of course. Down my boobs. That's just where everything goes. Where's my woman? Nacho cried out, entering the hair salon. Yeah, because that's so, yeah. Women just love that shit. All the other clients practically fainted at the sight of his toned, tattooed body. Ugh, God, enough. Where's the lady of my heart? I watched him paging through a newspaper and giggling quietly. He didn't even look my way. Wouldn't you like a new one instead? I asked, putting the paper down. His mouth hung open in utter shock. How long have you been together anyway? Maybe I could tempt you for a little fling? I asked with a seductive smile as I grabbed the fabric of his t-shirt and pulled him towards me. Ugh. Damn, madame. Dear, dear madame. Yeah, I burned it a little where I shouldn't have. Oops. Dear madame. Yeah, that's what it says. It does say dear madame. M-A-D-A-M. Nacho replied, wrapping his arm around me. And something with a look of delight. My woman cannot be replaced. I've been waiting too long for her. His smile widened, but I always wanted to know how a surfer kisses. His soft tongue gracefully slid between my lips. He pulled away after a while and shot me another long look. Thanks, Nina. He waved at the tattooed girl and practically dragged me outside. We got into his steel-colored G-Class Mercedes. See, now that sounds like a nice car. Mercedes are usually very nice cars, so I'm not putting a mark next to ugly car because it's probably not an ugly car. G-Class Mercedes. And Nacho gunned the engine and accelerated. Are we in a hurry? I asked, amused, trying to fasten my seatbelt. Now we are, he replied shortly, keeping his eyes on the road. We stepped out of the car and straight onto the concrete surface of the airport. My eyes were immediately drawn to our plane. It was even smaller than Massimo's. More a wheelbarrow with some wings strapped on than anything else. But mark by brand. Yes, Mercedes, that counts. Thank you, Sarah. Uh, wheelbarrow with wings strapped on more than anything else. You may want to reconsider. Oh no, is it hideous? Is it an ugly car? What is with these mobsters and ugly cars? Why? All right, send me a picture and we'll make a final ruling on ugly car. Why are all their cars so? Why are so many expensive cars really ugly? Why? Ah. Okay, yeah, we're putting a mark by ugly car. That is not at all what I was thinking of. That's like it's like a weird stretched out closed in Jeep. It's like half Jeep, half minivan. And that's not a good thing. Like this thing looks like it should be driving around the desert in Iraq. Ugh, yeah, that's definitely an ugly car. That is 100% ugly car. Mercedes, what did you do? Ugh. Not good. It is actually a Jeep. I would not have thought Mercedes made a Jeep. But seriously, ew. Ugh. Just proves money does not buy taste. It was hard to imagine even being able to squeeze inside. I stopped and stared at the white and yellow flying death trap. Nacho must have lost his mind if he thought I was going to fly in this. Was there even a bed inside to take my mind off the fact that we were in the air? Oh my god, she might have to fly in a private jet that doesn't have a bedroom in it. By the way, does he know that she, downs an entire bottle of wine and a handful of sleeping pills for a 2-hour flight? Doubts flew through my mind, and I reached for my bag instinctually, but there were no sedatives inside. I know you're afraid of flying, Nacho said, walking to the piece of junk he called a plane. But this time you won't even know you're in the air. Because he's going to choke her unconscious? He turned to me and halted. You'll sit in the front, he grinned, and if you feel like it, you can even pilot. This is a terrible idea. With that, he spun around and entered the small craft through an even smaller door. I raised my brows, looking at the metal shell before me. He'll let me pilot it, I thought. Fucking hell. Is he going to drive this thing by himself? I was torn. On the one hand, I had to admit I was curious. I also felt pretty close to invincible after all that had happened earlier. But on the other, fear and incoming panic attack were very clear signals that I should probably turn tail and run. Christ, I muttered and tightened my grip on the bag as I set out to the plane. I didn't even look around at the interior. It was enough that I had to keep my wits together. There was no time to take in the cramped cabin. I took a left turn and found myself in another small compartment, more akin to a cage than a luxury jet. I'm dying, I announced, taking my seat next to Nacho. He had just put on a pair of headphones and was now flicking millions of switches on the dashboard. I'm having a heart attack, a panic attack, a general attack. He leaned in and kissed me, and just like that, his soft lips made me forget where I was. Okay, this sounds like somebody who's had way too many blows to the head. I forgot my own name, my house address, the name of my best friend from high school. Does this guy have rupees on his lips? Like, seriously, I hate these kinds of descriptions. I utterly hate any situation where like all the problems of the world and all the real world stuff just falls away because so and so is here and they have that look in their eyes or they kissed me and suddenly everything is better. Like, maybe I'm just jaded as fuck, or maybe I just never had that, because I definitely have never had that, but I don't believe anything works like that. I don't believe that even real people in love, that this is a fucking thing. Like, no, I'm sorry, this is stupid. Every romance has it. Disney has it, for Christ's sake. Disney totally does this shit too. It sucks there, it sucks here, it's not real, and it's bullshit. It's going to be fun, Nacho said and pulled away. Put on your headphones and prepare for something better than... He paused, sending me a curious look and smirking. Well, I was going to say better than sex, but there's nothing better than sex with me, so... He shrugged apologetically. See, also, if they were all like 17, the dialogue would make a lot more sense, instead of this being people in their 30s. The device over our head chimed with a sound. A man's voice was saying something I couldn't understand, and the Canarian replied. He turned some knobs, touched some buttons, looked at some gauges, and all the time I just watched him, completely entranced. Was there anything this man couldn't do? What's that? I asked, pointing to one of the gauges. Catapult, he replied curtly. If you press the red button next to it when you're in the air, you'll catapult me out onto the sky. At first I just wanted to nod, but suddenly my dazed brain registered what he had said. Was the sly bastard making fun of me? Duh. I wish you could have seen your face just now, Nacho said and chuckled. This is the fuel gauge, darling. Now let's check if the rudder and foil flaps are okay. And we have Darling. Apparently I have a feeling Darling's going to be what he calls her because he can't call her baby girl. So he's sticking with Darling, apparently. Okay. After I was made to look like a complete idiot, I decided to keep any questions to myself and just watch my man expertly prepare the craft for takeoff. My man, I repeated to myself, watching Nacho. I hadn't even properly left the previous one and I already had a new lover. Yeah, that's what's sketch. I know, and it took her a minute. It took her a minute to realize he was making fun of her. Ugh. Like, I assume in book world, like 2, maybe 3 weeks is gonna go by. She's gonna discover that she's pregnant and not know whose it is. That has to happen at some point. I shook my head, turning to look through the windshield. My mother would have told me what she thought about that. She'd start with, "That's not how I raised you," and then she'd add, "Just think about what you're doing, child." Excuse me. And she'd conclude with a, "But that's your life you're wasting." In other words, she wouldn't have been any help whatsoever. I sighed, thinking about the conversation that I'd have to have with her sooner or later. The engines blurred. I went a little sick. It didn't matter if I could look out the windshield or had a luxurious passenger cabin around me. The only thing I could think about was the fear gripping my heart. "I can't do it, Nacho," I whined. "Please let me out of here." I was crowing hysterical. "I need you to keep updating me on the values you see on the monitor," he replied, pointing to a screen. "Whatever shows up there. Can you do that?" He glanced at me with concern. Wow, this dude is taking like not consent to a whole other different place that I didn't see coming. Nonsensical sets of numbers were appearing on and vanishing on the screen. I focused on my task, reading them out loud. Suddenly I felt the plane lifting into the air. "Oh Jesus, Nacho," I stammered, trying to catch my breath. "The numbers," he repeated, and I went back to reciting. 15 minutes into the flight, I felt Nacho's eyes on me. I turned my head and saw him facing me, beaming. His brown aviators lifted a fraction on his nose as it wrinkled and he grinned. "You can stop. It's not as if you can get out now." I looked outside. There were clouds below us and the sun above us. Nothing but absolute nothingness. I was still feeling a bit nauseous, but the endless expanse of blue around added a new feeling to the range I was experiencing. Bliss. Suddenly I wasn't afraid anymore. "I want to know what I'm thinking?" I asked. He bobbed his head, keeping his face still. I'm thinking that you've never allowed me to taste you before." His lips stretched into a thin line as he clenched his jaw. I threw my head back and closed my eyes. I'd like to s- I'd like to see you come. I want to give you pleasure." Didn't he go down on her already? I'm almost certain that he did. "Seriously? That's what you thought about seeing those clouds?" he asked, surprised. "I'm beginning to worry about you, Bee. Do you know that clouds are just collections of water droplets or small shards of ice?" Also, wrong spelling of come. "Don't change the subject." I cut him short, keeping my eyes shut. "I'd like to suck you off, Nacho." Oh, she was saying it. I thought he was saying it. Oh no, apparently she was saying it. "Jesus, woman," he muttered, "and you're telling me this now, when we're thousands of feet above the ground?" He licked his lips and I glanced at his zipper. "I can see you like my idea, judging by your reaction," I said, and went back to enjoying the trip. Yeah, kind of hard to do the Mile High Club with the pilot. End of chapter. We've got some burning to do. there just one? Yep, we just got one. It's high enough it won't interfere with the next page. So we have Darling once again, because I'm pretty sure that's the new baby girl. Though I'm sure we have not heard the last of Baby Girl. Oh. Okay, I was on fire. I didn't think it was on fire. It was on fire. Really smolders. Alright, mandatory stretch break. We're good on the water. That's good. Oh. Oh. Much better. I don't know if there's a puppy under the puppy bed or if he's on the couch. No, he's having a nap. He had to do a lot of thinking earlier when there was a storm because he was very seriously considering barking at it. He thought about it for a long time, that maybe he should bark at it. Ultimately, he decided not to bark, and then that he had things to do under his puppy bed, not that he was hiding, because of course he was not hiding from the storm, because he's a big brave puppy, and he could have barked at it. And we all know the storm would have stopped immediately if he had barked at it. But he chose not to bark. Alrighty. Chapter 14. We landed at Tennessee Southern Airport, where the world's most extravagant car was parked by the entrance to the terminal. Oh, great. What ugly ass piece of shit are they driving now? Nacho opened the door for me, and as I was about to get inside, he wrapped his arms around me and pushed me against the car. It wasn't especially rough, more like firm and horny. I've been hard since you told me you wanted to taste me, he said with a smile and rubbed his crotch against my leg. Then he planted a quick, soft kiss on the tip of my nose and released me. He was nothing if not a master of provocation. Oh, well, she should love that since she loves antagonizing. I froze with one leg inside the car and wondered if I should blow him right away, on the parking lot. I want to suck you off, I whispered in his ear before stepping inside. The triumphant smile disappeared from Nacho's face. Then it's going to have to wait, he replied, shutting the door and marching around the black car. I told you Amelia was preparing a welcome party, and I don't think you'll need much love-making afterwards. He grinned and put on his shades. Want to bet? I asked as we headed out, tires screeching. So there's definitely a blowjob scene coming. Nacho's hearty laughter sliced through the air. He didn't have a chance to respond. I knew he accepted the challenge. Because everything has to be a challenge and everything has to be sex. The car stopped in an underground garage below the apartment. I felt strange, anxious. I was about to step out, but my legs refused to cooperate. I felt as if I had gone back in time. The difference was that when I had been here last, 6 months before, I had still been pregnant, and married, and happy. But had that ever been the truth? No, it was not. I had been pregnant, that's for sure, and I was still married. But had I ever really felt happy with Massimo? My brain was receiving conflicting signals. On the one hand, I regretted having to end my relationship with Massimo this way. But on the other, the man now sitting next to me was the fulfillment of all my dreams. Didn't she say that about Massimo like one book ago? Then there was another thing. What if I was just trying so hard to convince myself that I loved him that I'd started believing my own lie. Yeah, there you go. Maybe this was just curiosity, attraction, a simple crush. That would mean that I had wrecked my marriage and the genuine feelings between me and my husband. What feelings? If you don't want to be here, I'll take you to a hotel, Nacho said cheerlessly. I know what happened before. It's still very painful, Laura, but it's not. I cut him short and stepped out. Shall we? I didn't feel like reminiscing, and my head was already aching from the crowding thoughts. I needed a drink, some fun, and no thinking. At the same time, I realized I was about to face all my demons on this island. I passed the door to the apartment, and it felt like coming home. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. The difference was that this time I wanted to be here. Nacho acted as if we'd been living here together for months. He tossed his bag on the floor and went to the kitchen. He grabbed a bottle of beer from the fridge and dialed a number on his phone. Was he giving me time to acclimate, or was he just laid back and casual, not needing to keep up appearances for my sake? I was going to interrupt him and ask. I wasn't going to interrupt him and ask, so I went upstairs to my bedroom instead. I opened the wardrobe. It was empty. Just great. I thought bitterly. Where was my suitcase? Nacho hadn't taken it with us to the car, but I had seen it back at the plane. What was I going to do without even a single set of underwear? You're in the wrong bedroom, said the Canarian as he joined me after some time. He wrapped his arms around me, standing behind me. It's the first door to the right, by the stairs. He kissed me on the back of the neck and left without another word. I turned around and followed him. Opening the door to his room, I noticed the changes. The room looked nothing like it had before. All the furniture was different. The white walls had turned gray. The bed now had a neat set of columns. It was still modern and stylish, but the metal poles sticking out from every corner were a portent of the wild times to come. He got a four-poster bed for bondage. I mean, I love it. That's why I always have to have some kind of post on my bed. But because you need to tie things to things, but the fact that he changed it, like, and also they're acting like this guy can just suddenly find like being rough and kinky like his thing. Like that's not how sexuality works. This is a guy in his 30s. Whatever he likes in bed is what he likes. So him like doing all this shit that he probably doesn't like and is not interested in for her, not like a stable foundation for a good sex life. Uh, Your things are in the wardrobe. Nacho opened the door, revealing another room. Amelia bought you some more stuff. She told me that if I did that, you'd wear nothing but shorts and flip-flops. He shrugged. If you need, do you want to tie me up? I asked. Nacho's head turned towards me and he fixed me with an intense stare. Would you need those columns otherwise? And why did you change the decor? I narrowed my eyes with suspicion and took a step in his direction. I threatened you with a gun here, he replied, dropping his head. I didn't want to remind you of that. If you like, we'll move. I never invested in real estate, but I looked for some other places. There are a couple at. I interrupted him again, pressing my lips to his. My tongue slid inside his mouth and caressed it. Nacho bent his knees, lowering himself to my height, and cupped my cheeks. Yes, he breathed. I want to tie you up, so you never run away. God, they're both so charming. He smiled charmingly, jumping onto the bed. And there are extendable speakers in those columns. I'm not planning an orgy, but I do like a good sound system. It's going to come in handy when I play movies for you at night. He smooched me on the nose. Or music. And speaking of music, he turned his back on me and walked over to a table perched on a modern wall cabinet. I'd love to see you dance for me. He pressed a button and long black speakers slid out of the metal columns. The entire room filled with the clear, crisp sound of Cry Me a River by Justin Timberlake. I laughed out loud. I hadn't heard that one in a long while. Nacho smiled. As soon as the beat came on, he started dancing, mimicking the singer. My jaw dropped. I watched him fool around, twisting and spinning across the room. He grabbed a baseball cap from the wardrobe and started singing. I was entranced, surprised, and amused in equal measure. At one point he skipped over to me and put his hands on my hips, inviting me to dance. And he was good at it. He glided fluidly across the floor and I followed. I had suspected he was a good dancer as far back as Ibiza, but I never thought he'd be that good. You liar, I whispered in his ear when the song ended and the first notes of another resonated. You told me you couldn't dance. I told you I couldn't club dance. He laughed and took off his shirt, flexing his muscles. But we surfers have excellent balance. That's true. He winked and went out, heading to the bathroom and swaying his hips. I was about to follow him, but that would end in 30 minutes of petting and lead to another hour of fucking in the shower. I stayed where I was. I was supposed to show myself to Nacho's friends as his girlfriend for the first time, and he was the head of a mob family. That was no joke. Wait, you're just getting there now? You were married to one and you didn't give a flying fuck. Now you care? I headed to my side of the wardrobe and rummaged through the dozens of hangers. With a sigh of relief, I discovered there were lots of wearable things in there. There were no colorful t-shirts and denim trousers, but instead dresses, tunics, and breathtakingly beautiful shoes. Okay, girl, enough with the shoe fetishism like Quentin Tarantino called. Thank you, Amelia, I breathed, carrying clothes out. Suddenly, something occurred to me. If Nacho is going to wear those shorts again, I'll look like an idiot at his side. I plopped down on the rug and stared dumbly ahead. Did she do a good job? The Canarian asked, passing by and drying his head with a towel. Oh God Almighty, I thought as his naked, tattooed buttocks swung in front of me, maybe a dozen inches from my face. I was impressed by my own self-control when I kept still and just looked on as Nacho took a pair of gray linen pants off a hanger. Did Amelia do a good job with your clothes? He repeated when I didn't say anything. I nodded numbly. Good. It's nothing official, but, since I'm the boss, I can't always dress like an 18-year-old. He pulled the pants on and I sighed with relief. What the eyes don't see, as they say. Meanwhile, Nacho grabbed a dark blue shirt and rolled its sleeves up. The color of the lining was the same as the trousers. He looked amazing with that tan and a clean shave and the tattoos. The outfit was rounded off by a pair of dark blue loafers and a wristwatch. Okay, so now we're proving, okay, he can dress up a little bit, because she is like a total clothes whore. Just making sure we didn't miss anything. I don't think we did. No, we haven't had anything to underline in a minute. I don't know the song. Is it ironic? I don't know the song at all. I only know a couple Justin Timberlake songs. Doesn't he have one, this is from a while ago, but like Mirrors or something? Or Look in the Mirror or Mirror Mirror? Something like that, I think. But I probably know more Backstreet Boys than I do just him. He finds his significant other cheating. Okay, then yeah, it's an appropriate song. Why is my lipstick annoying me and making my OCD be a thing? Not actually OCD, I just have certain things that have to be a certain way, but it's not like to that level. Symmetry being one of them. Better. You look like you're having a stroke, honey. Do I have honey on the list? I do! It's on the list! It doesn't have a mark yet. Hey, we get one. Wow, I kind of blocked out the space for it. Okay, we're just gonna put that there. Wake up. Ugh, my brain's yelling at me for food. He walked over to me and wiped the corner of my mouth with the hem of his shirt. You're salivating. He laughed and took me in his arms, lifting me up. Now off to the bathroom, he ordered, and then slapped me on the butt and pushed me towards the door. I shook my head, but went. As was my custom, I took a cold shower, making sure the water didn't touch my hair. Nina had layered my hair slightly, creating a very sexy, messy hairstyle. Facing the mirror, I discovered that the cabinets in the bathroom were filled with cosmetics. I quietly thanked Amelia again. I did my lashes, then dusted some gold-flecked powder on my cheeks. It was a fresh, natural, and clean look. Nacho wasn't in the bedroom when I returned. I was glad that, as that meant I could pick my outfit without any interruptions. I went with a short, bare-back, sand-colored slip dress and a pair of sandals with a strap fastened around the ankle. To top it off, I selected a small dark blue clutch bag and a wide gold bracelet. And that was that. I was ready. So in other words, she looks like a very cheap prostitute again. Like, this woman doesn't know how to dress not like some version of a whore. Taking the stairs to the lower floor, I saw Nacho bent over his laptop. He heard me shut the monitor, turned to face me, and froze. My dress wasn't especially tight-fitting. It flowed gracefully as I walked. Mine forever, Nacho said, his lips spreading in a smile. We'll see about that, I replied, nonchalantly throwing my hair back. He laughed and closed the distance between us, lifting me up and helping me down the last couple of steps. He watched me, his eyes slightly narrowed before he skimmed my lips with his tongue. Let's go. He took the car key and laced his fingers with mine, heading towards the door. You had alcohol, I snapped. And now you're going to drive? When were they drinking? Oh, like right when they came in, he had a beer. He had one beer. It was one small beer, Beeb, but if it helps, I can ride shotgun. What if the police stop us? My voice was a bit too bitchy. You know what? He asked as the tip of his nose trailed a line across my cheek. If you'd like, I can get us a police escort. Would that make you happy? He lifted his eyebrows with a smile. I'll say this once more. I am Marcelo Nachos Matos, and this is my island. And now, if there are no more questions, let's go. Or Amelia will kill both, he laughed. So, yet another, because Massimo's whole thing was that Sicily is his island, so for him, Tenerife is his island. So they both have their own islands where the police will do whatever they say because you can just buy a whole police department. I mean, seriously, on a teeny tiny island, you probably fucking can, I have no doubt. But, like, did you have to make the two guys competing over this idiot woman so fucking identical? Ugh. He laughed. Oh, by the way, speaking of phones, he plucked a white iPhone from his pocket and passed it to me. This is your new one. I've copied the contacts and unlisted the number. But that was the only thing I was able to retrieve. Your clothes, your computer, whatever you left on Sicily is still there. He shrugged apologetically. Those were only things, I said, pocketing the phone. I've other worries, I added. Nacho froze and leaned in closer. What worries? He knitted his brows. What do you worry about? I sighed. Olga, her marriage, my divorce, my company. I shook my head. Want me to keep going? Hey, she's noticed that there is... Yes, also, yes, Sarah, where is the dog? Where is the dog? Did they say that the dog was on the plane? No, they didn't. Did they leave is the dog dead? Did he drown it? Did they leave it on the beach? Like, where is the dog? Because she definitely had the dog with her when she ran. We established she had the dog with her. So where's the dog? Honest to God, I think the author forgot about the fucking dog. I think she forgot about the dog. I really do, because she definitely took the dog with her. We know this. She has the dog with her, so where's the dog? Like, that's all I care about in this book is where is the dog? Oy. I have solutions for most of those worries already, Nacho said, pressing his lips to my forehead. The only thing I can't plan for is your visit to Olga's wedding, but we'll talk about that later. Now come on. Like, yeah, seriously. Is she going to go to the wedding? Like, how are her and her friend going to keep in touch? Now, like, how do we know Massimo doesn't just go home and shoot Olga just to make Laura, like, feel bad for leaving him? Because that's completely something he would do. When we headed up the driveway of the Matos family residence, I felt my stomach cramping painfully. I hadn't thought I'd react this badly to seeing this place again. I wasn't It wasn't surprising that we were going to visit that house, but as soon as we reached our destination, I had to fight to keep the contents of my stomach down. The images of that horrid day flew before my eyes. But it was just a place. A building. Nothing special. It's the place you got shot and lost a baby, so yeah, I can see darling. The Canarian's voice broke me out of my reverie. We get to play with fire again. Need to add another mark on darling. You look like you're having a stroke again. The car stopped and Nacho shook my hand. I'm all right. It's just this place. I paused, scanning the palace with my eyes. I remember him hitting me. Fuck, Nacho growled, startling me. I think about it every day. Every day I want to kill myself for what I made you go through. His face went cold and rigid, and his eyes filled with burning hatred. I'll protect you from anyone and everyone, B. Just promise. I promise. Just please forgive me for that. He dropped his head. It's neither the place nor the time for that conversation, but we'll have to talk about it at some point. Hey, there's a big improvement on Massimo already. A guy who knows that talking is part of a relationship. Laura! Amelia's cry broke through the awkward silence that fell on us when Nacho finished. I don't want empty words. I've heard enough as it is, I said, getting out. The gorgeous blonde launched herself at me and closed me in a big hug. Hi there, brat. I kissed her. You look amazing, I added, pulling away. You too, Amelia replied and took her brother by the hand. Are you officially a couple now? Do I finally have a sister? Does Pablo have an auntie? Okay, seriously, what is with everyone moving these relationships way too goddamn fast? We both kept silent, glancing at each other. I know what Marcelo thinks, but I'm interested in what you have to say. Are you lying to me again? I wondered for a while before taking Nacho's hand and placing a long, passionate kiss on his lips. He looked straight at me, and once more the world stopped existing. Hypnotized by each other, we kept still for a long while. We'll try our best, I said, keeping my eyes on him. But no results guaranteed. Okay, yeah. Let's burn some things. My honey? Okay. See, I'm making sure it's not on fire this time. And darling. There we go. Well, we're way ahead tonight. Yeah, we're getting through this faster than I thought. Which means we probably only have like two, well, two might be pushing it. 2, maybe 3 weeks after this. But then we are going to read some of my It's Buried Under stuff. Delta Venus book from my friend and some of the erotica stories that are in that. The first ones are short, so at the end of this book, we're going to read a few of those. And then we will start the other book from the other series that I will be announcing shortly. Not this week, though. Maybe next week. I raised my brows, signaling to Nacho that my response was directed at him, not his sister. You guys are super in love with each other, Amelia chittered, clasping her hands. But enough of that. Let's drink. And Ivan wants to speak with you, Marcello, as soon as you find a moment. She took me with her to the entrance. We passed the main door, and to my surprise, the mansion looked different. I'd only been here for a short while, but you don't forget a place you were taken to for torture. We walked down a long corridor. Nacho was right behind me, strolling nonchalantly with his hands in his pockets and a wide smile on his face. I let go of his sister's hand and wrapped my arm around his waist. You've changed the decor. I kept thinking it had been less modern last time. Everything, he replied with a chuckle. The entire house has been renovated, even though you've only seen a small part of it. We did it right after the accident. He nodded at Amelia, who was still blissfully unaware that her fiancé had been my torturer. He didn't actually do anything to her. He kidnapped her and delivered her to somebody else. I swear this book doesn't remember its own points. That there had never been any accident, only an attempt to kill me. I ordered the whole house rebuilt from the floor up. It was getting old, and to be honest, I didn't have too many good memories from here either. Marcello is the boss now, Amelia chimed in, and the family will finally enter a new era. This sounds so stupid. Why does the sister character exist? Like, she is annoying. Please don't keep your head occupied with what we're entering and why, Amelia. Nacho berated her in a serious tone. She only rolled her eyes in response. Better focus on raising your son. Where is he, by the way? He's in his room with the babysitters, cats, and dogs. She glanced at me. Marcello thinks that children should be raised with animals. Well, I also think children should be raised with animals, but there's, time and place. Isn't her baby like a month old? Judging by her expression, she didn't share her brother's views on child rearing. But he's the boss, she added and grinned. So that means he gets to tell his sister how to raise her kid? I don't think so. That I am, he boomed, pressing me closer to himself. And don't either of you forget that. Yeah, he's so different from the guy she left. We reached the end of a tangle of corridors and went to the back garden. The centerpiece was an enormous 3-level pool that descended towards the rocky slope. Around it there were wooden canopied gazebos, sunbeds, and sofa chairs. Further out there were 4 large sofas arranged in a rectangle around a large bonfire. Next to those, a long backlit bar and a grand table for at least 30 people. Only there were a lot more people than that. Most of them were men, but there were some women among them too. They lounged in the water or lazily sipped on their drinks. Everyone was young and laid back and didn't look like gangsters at all. Hola, Nacho called out, raising his arms. Everyone looked at us. The crowd exploded in cheers, applause, and whistles. The Canarian pressed me closer to his side with one arm and waved his other at the guests. They piped down. The music did too. Amelia offered her brother a microphone, which she had taken from the DJ. I'm going to speak in English, as the love of my life has only just started learning Spanish. He's going to turn this into an engagement party. He's about to get on one knee, isn't he? I bet you anything. I bet you anything. Nacho began. I dropped my eyes shyly. Thank you for coming to this ass end of nowhere, but I hope all the alcohol will make the long trip up to you. The guests cheered. Those who still need more will get some to take away, and now I would like to introduce to you Laura. I'm sorry, ladies, from now on I'm officially taken. Thank you for your attention, have a good night. Nacho finished and tossed the mic at one of his buddies before kissing me deeply. The entire crowd raised their glasses, and I heard another round of applause. I was so embarrassed. The ostentation was completely unnecessary. Wait, did I read that right? Yes, it did. Wouldn't it be ostentatiousness? Because it just says ostentation, and I'm not having a dyslexia moment. That is what it says. The ostentation was completely unnecessary, but at the same time, it seemed natural. That was Nacho's style. Yeah, I think you're missing a ness on the end of that. Again, definitely double check me because I am beyond not the person that you want in anything in regards to grammar or endings on words or spelling. I am the last person on planet Earth you need to ask about any of that. Like, anytime I spell a really big word correctly on the first try, that is personal win. That is a highlight of my day. I've gotten some complicated ones right from time to time, which I'm definitely proud of. One of the biggest and, in my opinion, dumbest fights I ever had with my mom, like before she was crazy and a bad mom, when she was still kind of a good mom some of the time, was over how I used to study for spelling tests. Because on Monday, we would get the 10 words of the week and we'd write them down, and I'd stuff them in my pocket. And then I wouldn't look at them until Friday when we had the test. When we were standing in line outside class, I would pull it out and stare at it for like the 2 minutes we were waiting. And then I would do the test, and I would usually manage about 8 out of 10, which is a pass. Somehow I wound up telling her this. She disapproved and then made me for an entire week read over the list like several times a day and like write them out a couple times. Not that I ever really did that. I mean, I did it a couple times when she was watching, but other than that, I read them every day, and I did worse than I usually did. I crashed out at a 6 out of 10, which is about that much of a pass, which I was not impressed with. Neither was she, and she said I could go back to my usual way of studying. Why she felt I needed to change the way I studied something. But yeah, we argued and screamed about it for an entire week because I thought she was being utterly stupid and ridiculous. Okay, seriously, is there like a fight going on outside or something? Keep hearing weird noises. Who was I to complain? The kiss lasted for a long while, and most people stopped looking at us after the first few seconds. Nacho's tongue flitted in my mouth. The music went back on, and the party continued. Was that necessary? I asked when he pulled away. You look way too good today, he said. I needed to mark my turf, so to speak, or else some of those guys would start hitting on you and I'd have to kill them. Yeah, she's really upgraded. He grinned and I rolled my eyes. They don't look dangerous, I shrugged, scanning the crowd. Because not all of them are. Some are just surfers. Others are Amelia's friends. Only a small group are my men. But they all know who you are, I asked, biting my lip. Nacho nodded. So no man will speak to me. He shrugged with a sly smirk. Only as much as courtesy dictates. Or if they're gay. He pulled me towards Amelia, who was kicking her heels impatiently. Let's get something to drink. I watched Nacho in his natural habitat and was relieved to see he behaved the same among his friends as he did with me. He didn't pretend or act. Instead, he smiled, laughed, joked, and fooled around. Soon after, I started telling apart from his part. Ugh, this is a really butchered sentence. Soon after, I started telling apart his partners from his friends. It was no easy task, though. The Canarian liked to surround himself with people like himself. The surfers wore their hair long, had tattoos, and were tanned. The employees and partners were either taller or more muscular or were gaunt and ratty. Other than that, they all looked suspiciously normal. Just relaxed people that like to have fun. Nacho sipped a beer while I downed glass after glass of my favorite champagne. I didn't want to get wasted, especially now that I didn't have Olga, who normally kept me from doing the stupidest things that came to my mind. Excuse me, the two of you were a couple of drunken idiots together more than once. Like, neither of you was stopping the other from any drunken, stupid behavior. I believe your friend was last seen playing Catch Me If You Can with hotel security when she was hella drunk. Thinking of her made me sad. Amelia was great friend material, but she was no Olga. I decided to call her and walked away. Oh, this is going to be a disaster. What's going on? Nacho asked, wrapping his arm around my waist and pressing his lips to my ear. I need to talk to Olga, I said. Invite her here. That short sentence made a flurry of butterflies in my stomach all take flight. As long as Dominic lets her go. I can arrange everything tomorrow. Yeah, do we think this is going to happen? Do we think in any way this is going to happen? Yeah, sure. Dominic, and more so Massimo, because we know he's in charge of everything, because he had to give Dominic permission to propose to Olga, which initially he didn't. Only when she literally pimped herself out to get the charge dropped against Dominic for the stupid ass thing that he did, for which he totally deserved to sit in jail for a while. Only when she did that did Massimo decide that she was worthy of being in the family and agree to the proposal. He's not going to let her fly off to see Laura and the guy who stole her from him, in his opinion, on the private island somewhere else. Like, no way. And you would think there's no way Dominic would let her either, because he'd be like, hell no. You're not going to the private island of another mob boss, head of family assassin guy who already stole one woman from us. Like, there's no way. Hey! Okay, Sadale, thank you for the sponsorship, but I don't know what your note means. Okay, can I get a translation? It says quack, quack, quack a quack, 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 quacky, quack. That may be the cutest message I've ever gotten. But can I get a clue on what you want? It is adorable, by the way. You are thoroughly adorable. I pet your dragons. Yes, but what do you actually want? Am I finding out what grape tastes like? Or is it all the painted ducks? Is it a bunch of ducks? What do we want? Whatever I want. All right, I'm going to go with grape then. Let's find out what the grape tastes like. Hold on. Like, I'm going to put the out of range because I don't. Pretty sure if I spill grape on it, that's going to screw something up. It may spontaneously combust if I do that, so let's not spill grape on it. Okay, this needs a little bit more water in it. Okay, that will do. All right, Skittles time. Here we go, grape flavor. Or it goes this way. All right. Guard that. They're excellent guard ducks. Ducks probably would make good guard animals. You ever been bitten by a duck or a goose or something of the like? They might not have teeth, but wow, that hurt. Attack geese. There's a good security system. Attack geese, because they're, like, people run from geese. Alright. Our curious purple powder. Let's see what color this changes. It's like mixing a potion, which makes it lovely. Oh, that's really dark. Okay, what do I have to stir this with? Ha! Oh, it smells very, very grapey. Wow. That smells like grape Kool-Aid. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Old school powdered. Don't ask me to even try the liquid shit, but the powdered 25 cents in the pack. This smells exactly like grape Kool-Aid. If it tastes like grape Kool-Aid, that'd be great. It's probably got about as much sugar. Whose mom made the Kool-Aid with half the sugar and didn't know that until you were an adult? Apparently, that little pack of Kool-Aid actually says on the instructions that you're supposed to put 2 cups of sugar in, like, the 2 liters of water to mix that into, which is a ridiculous amount of sugar. So my mom only put 1. Geese have teeth. One of them bit you on the butt when you were 4. I'm so sorry. On behalf of the geese. But yeah, they are aggressive motherfuckers. Especially if it is egg laying season and you are anywhere near their nest, they will fuck you up. They will kamikaze dive right in your fucking face, and they don't care. Alright, let's add some light. Okay, this is not dissolving very well. I don't really know why, but there's a lot of flex left in it. It's a weird, it is, very purple. I'm trying to get that to show on camera, and it's not doing it. Why is it so flaky? Why isn't it dissolving properly? They're not old, I just bought them. Let's see if I can gently try to stir some of the pieces in. Okay, here, let's see if we can get it a little better on the spoon. It's a very, dark, translucent kind of purple. It's like old lady kind of purple. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know, but it smells like Kool-Aid. It 100% smells like Kool-Aid. Alright, let's see what it tastes like. Oh, my poor phone. I have to get a new phone next month. This one's dying. Both the battery is dying, and it's the non-replaceable kind because you can't take the back off this phone. So this phone is 10 years old. So it's actually just dying. Like, the touchscreen is occasionally not working, and it's starting to freeze up and stuff like that because, again, hella old. Keep meaning to research what kind of phone I want to get. Because the first part, research the phone you want, narrow down exactly what you want. Then part 2, find it at a reasonable price. Part 2 is the harder part. But you still got to start with part 1. And since it's been a long time since I bought a phone, I want to check out all the cool new features. I would really love one of those 2-screen, folding phones, but that's definitely out of my price range. So whatever's, right before that. I don't care about how many cameras it has or any of that shit, because I don't care about that. So something practical. And something that will last a long time, because I'm not one of those morons that buys a new phone every year. Like, the fact that I've only had this for 10 years makes me want to keep it longer, but it's dying. I would have happily kept this another 5 years if it wasn't dying. But for now, here's to us, here's to love, here's to all the times that we fucked up. Yep, that's a grape Kool-Aid. Still got a little bit of Skittles flavor. A little bit. But that is grape Kool-Aid with aspartame and not sugar. That's what that is. 100%. 100% that is grape Kool-Aid. Which is weird because the green did not taste like Kool-Aid. This is 100% Kool-Aid. Like, if you gave this to me and told me it was Kool-Aid, I would believe you. I would not question if somebody handed this to me at a party and said it was Kool-Aid. I would never know. Well, that's actually pretty good. I would actually voluntarily drink that again, like at like a summer social or something outside if it was a little bit more chilled. Yeah, that's not actually bad. It doesn't have the same like cloying sweetness that the green apple did. The green apple was way too sweet and it was like sickly sweet. This is not. I can still tell it's got hella sugar. I can feel the sugar. Like I can definitely feel it on the inside of my mouth, but it's not the overwhelming like kind of makes you want to gag sweet. So yeah, I definitely give the grape flavor a recommend. Okay, now my mouth will stop buzzing from all the sugar. But yeah, that like nicely chilled would actually be really good on a summer day, like at a barbecue with some hot dogs. God, barbecued hot dogs are the best. Did anyone who grew up with boiled hot dogs? Ugh, I could not stand boiled hot dogs. My mom used to boil chicken hot dogs. I cannot stand either boiled hot dogs or chicken hot dogs at all. She used to eat chicken hot dogs cold, and I used to gag just watching her. I had no idea how she could do that. They're the most disgusting things. Alright, so at least we're addressing the what do we do with Olga? Is she ever going to see her again? He kissed me on the top of the head and released me. I didn't walk away. I was rooted to the spot. And boom, I was in love. Wow, she falls in love way too easily. Like creepy easily. If I had doubted before, now I knew that I loved this man. Because he just told you to do something impossible. He stood there talking to his friends and I couldn't move. Something broke inside me. I grabbed him by the shirt and broke into his conversation, pulling him strongly towards myself and kissing him passionately. The men he had been talking to just a second before went silent and then all burst into laughter as I deepened the kiss. Nacho's hand fell and landed on my ass. The other one touched the back of my neck. This man was perfect, ideal, and all mine. Oh god, now she's turned into the person with the mine. I'm marking that. I'm counting it. I don't care if she said it. I'm counting that. Because now she's doing it. Ugh, why is everybody the worst? Like, are you supposed to somehow, like, usually in even trashy romance, but especially in trashy romance, this is like why Bella has no personality. It's so as a woman you can do the self-insert thing and pretend that you are Laura. I don't want to be this stupid bitch. I would shoot myself before I would act like this. Because this is ridiculous. Like, she has no free will. She has no personality. She has, like, she barely has, like, object permanence when it comes to people. Where is the dog? Still waiting. Where is the dog? Do we think the book just never mentions the dog again? Is this possible? Have we just completely forgotten the dog? Like, people in the chat, do you think we will ever learn the fate of the dog, or have we heard the last of the dog? Thank you, I whispered in his ear. His eyes sparkled with joy. What was I saying? He asked, turning his head to his buddies. He slapped me softly on the butt, and I was off. I went into the house and took a seat on the couch in the main hall, fishing out my phone and dialing Olga. Hey, I said when she picked up. The silence that followed lasted for a couple of long seconds. Are you all right? She asked. Yes, why wouldn't I be? Fuck, Laura, she sighed. When Massimo returned to the villa, we barely escaped with our lives. Dominic told me what happened. That Nacho of yours is one crazy son of a bitch. I get it, but shooting the head of the Sicilian mafia? I heard her moving somewhere. Come on, he didn't exactly shoot Massimo. He shot a sugar bowl. This is true, he didn't shoot him. I paused and then burst out laughing. He just wanted to scare him a little bit, and I think he managed it. The only thing he managed was to piss Massimo off, she replied, raising her voice. Okay, I'm out of the house. I'm not sure if they're listening. Tell me everything. Oh yeah, this is gonna go great. Will you come here? Olga was dumbstruck. I'm on Tenerife. Olga breathed in. I promise I won't get you into anything this time. Please come. Girl, you don't know what you're asking. I sounded pathetic even though I didn't feel that way. But only pity could make her ask Dominic to let her go. Do you know I'm supposed to get married in 2 weeks? Remember that? She asked. She was torn. I could tell. Well, you are putting her in an impossible situation and possibly a deadly one. Sure I do. Shouldn't you spend some time with your maid of honor? And we still need to talk about my company. Though I'm not sure it's mine anymore. Yeah, duh. Also not a real company. Anyway, we should plan ahead, and we can't do that over the phone. Dominic will get it. I grimaced hearing my own words. If I were in his place, I would never let Olga go. Well, duh! Jesus, Laura, you're impossible. I can imagine her shaking her head now. All right, I'll talk to him tomorrow. This is a terrible idea. I hesitated for a moment, wondering if I should ask what I was thinking. Finally, my curiosity prevailed. How is he dealing with it? I suddenly felt guilty. Massimo? I don't know. To be honest, after he unloaded a full clip into a jet ski, making it explode, he vanished. Oh yeah, that's how that works. Yeah, this is some movie logic here. Just shoot something and it blows up. Oh my god. Even Dominic said fuck it and stayed with me. We went back to Sicily and Massimo stayed on Ibiza. Oh great, so he's close by. I'll tell you everything when I come. I can see Dominic wants something from me. I doubt I'll leave here without taking him off. Do we have to keep saying that? God! I love you, I laughed. I love you too, bitch. Call me tomorrow or send me your number. I'll call you back after I talk to him. Returning to the garden, I heard another round of applause. I went out and saw Nacho standing on the scene, gesturing for the crowd to quiet down. You make me do this every time, he chuckled. But all right, since you've come such a long way, I'll play for you. But just one song. Oh, great, he's musical too. Play? Did he play an instrument? I stopped on the marble terrace and watched. The Canarian quickly caught sight of me and fixed me with his emerald stare. At the risk of sounding a bit trite, he started, dropping his eyes shyly. I'll start with reminding you of a. He's about to name drop a book! Guess which fucking one! I'm not kidding! Excuse me while I die laughing for a minute. Okay, this is gonna be great or it's gonna be terrible or both. I'll start with reminding you of a book, 50 Shades of Grey. I am not making this up. It is in there. Yep, Sarah got it. 50 Shades. It's right there. Is that like the ultimate insult from the author? Like, because we know she modeled this shit. This is fanfic of fanfic. This is fanfic of 50 Shades because she thought 50 Shades was too tame. So she wanted to write a 50 Shades style story but make it like, more sexually explicit. It's in there! It's right there! Yeah, I was said that. What the fuck? This is like universes colliding. This is like matter and antimatter. Oh my god, my throat hurts. Oh, this is so bad. I'll start with reminding you of a book, 50 Shades of Grey. It's since been turned into a movie. Just in case you didn't know that. Who needs riff tracks of 50 Shades? They should do it. I'm kind of amazed that they haven't. But I need them to do those movies. Also, if you've not seen Doug Walker, the nostalgia critic guy, he was at a con like 10 plus years ago when the books were like first going around and the movies didn't exist yet. And he was at a con with a bunch of other YouTubers, and there are multiple like little videos, 2-3 minute videos, there's 4 or 5 of them, of him and a bunch of other YouTubers in his hotel room with the book 50 Shades, and they all started doing cartoon voices reading the stupid passages of 50 Shades, like Mickey Mouse, like goofy Donald Duck kind of cartoon voices. If you have not seen those videos, they're still out there, they're still on YouTube. Find them. Your life will be complete. They are some of the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. Oh, we got author roasting authors. She went for it, did it. I almost have to respect the stupid bitch that wrote this for going this hard and saying the quiet part out loud, because here we go. A silly story of a bossy asshole addicted to sex and control. It's accurate. But every one of us knows someone like that, so I'd wager it's a story based on real events. Also, throwing shade at her personal life just like we did. But yeah, her husband's probably like that. I can't believe she fucking did. I can't believe a publisher let her leave this in! But hey, points for having the fucking balls. I will respect that if nothing else. Nacho's eyes drilled holes in me. I know, for instance, that I know at least one such guy. But such is life. So is this her version of the Revenge of Anastasia? Because if Massimo is Grey, which he is, he's just a more violent version of Grey. Is it supposed to be that Anastasia came to her senses and left his ass for who was the Jacob in that? Because it was Edward versus Jacob. It was the painter guy, photo guy, not painter, photo guy. What the hell was his name? He's barely in them just because she had to have a Jacob stand-in. Whoever the fuck the photo guy, Jose, that's his name, Jose. In the 50 Shades books, it's Jose is the other guy, but we never know anything about him. He's just a guy who takes her picture without her consent and then sells it at an art gallery, also without her consent and probably very illegally. So it was the idea behind this that Anastasia comes to her senses after a year, leaves Grey, and goes to Jose because he's the good guy. Like, what? Oh, have way too many options for how this ends. Though most of my endings are everybody's dead. Because I don't see another way to end this other than everyone is dead. But I know, for instance, that I know at least one such guy. But such is life. You can't get rid of all Italians, can you? Let's crank the racism up to 1,000. I shook my head with a little smile. The crowd roared with laughter. Sorry, Marco. We're tight. Nacho pointed at one of his friends who waved back with a hand. But back to music. What in the actual fuck was that? Amelia walked onto the scene and handed Nacho a violin. Really? Like, this guy should be playing steel drums or something, not a fucking violin. There's this guy named Robert Mendoza. He came up with a violin version of Love Me Like You Do. What? No. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, that is one of my songs. If that's the song, why am I struggling to remember the name of one of my songs? If that is the song that I think it is, and there's too many songs that have like the same name. Wait, is that it? Love Me Like You Do. It's by, who is it by? God damn it. It is the song from 50 Shades, right? It's the one where he takes her in the helicopter, and it's the song that everyone remembers. Nobody remembers Crazy in Love, but they remember this from the first movie. It's Heather something, and I'd known it from years before. I knew it before the movie. It wasn't made for the movie. It fits in that scene. It's the song everybody knows, and it's one of the songs I want to fuck to before I die, and they don't get to use it. He's quoting 50 Shades, and it's the song everyone remembers, and that's why it's here, and the author thought she was being really cute and smart by doing this, which I gotta say, yes, it is. It is some backhanded bullshit sass that I am so down for. Like, this is catbite material. But Jesus, you have to ruin everything. Love Me Like You Do. Now witness my sentimental side. Nacho grabbed the instrument and propped it on his shoulder. The guests applauded. The DJ put on a subtle backing track, and Nacho began his concert. His eyes were still on me. My jaw dropped to the ground. Now I'm curious if there actually is a violin version of that song. That man really could do anything. He gently glided through the sounds. I could see he was putting his heart in it. His fingers deftly slid along the strings, and the bow danced in his right hand. I felt my body melting. Nacho's strong, muscular arms held the wooden instrument with such delicacy. His face was serene. At some... Excuse me. Ugh. At some point, I don't know when, my feet took me through the crowd. I needed my man's touch right now. God, she changes affection so goddamn quickly. Yeah, the people above me are definitely having a party. This is like a recurring thing. Whoever's above me, they love their weekend parties, and they're going to be at it till like 3, 4 in the morning. They do not shut up. The violin was attached to the speakers with a cord, so he couldn't meet me halfway, but I didn't care. I also didn't care that around 100 people I didn't know were staring at me as if I were a witch, and they wanted to burn me at the stake. What? I thought everyone was nice. Now they're all hating on her? Why? I walked across the garden, led by his eyes, as all the heads turned away. Finally, I reached the scene and stopped 2 feet ahead of Nacho. He turned to face me, but didn't stop playing. I was... Okay, we're taking a made-up word from West Wing here. I was ensorcelled. That is what Josh says to Toby when he's looking for an excuse to meet up with Amy. Because he says, I'm bewitched, I'm ensorcelled. Is that a real fucking word? Because I always thought it was him making up a stupid word. It is spelled as follows. ENSORCELLED. Is this a real word? And I, for all these years, thought that Josh made up a silly word to say that, he's in love with Amy and he's at least infatuated with her, but he doesn't know what to do about it, so he needed a stupid excuse to call her. Now I can't remember Amy's last name on the show, and it's gonna bug me. Enthralled and hypnotized, completely dazed, the music rose as the song reached the chorus. I grinned. That was everything I could do. I was so happy. My man played for me, and even if every other girl present thought the same, I knew it. It means bewitched or enchanted. It is a real fucking word. Because I thought he was mashing together like the word enchanted or sorcerer, spelled or something. Like I got the meaning, but I didn't think it was a real word. It's an actual real word? That is so weird. Even if every other girl present thought the same, I knew it. Nacho played the last few notes, put the violin and the bow down, and waited, as did everyone else. I threw myself at him, wrapping my legs around his hips. Girl, you in public! It's in Merriam-Webster! I feel like an idiot now. I want to say Amy's last name in the show is Gardner, but I'm not certain. He pressed me close to him and the crowd exploded in applause. I suspected that my short dress was rather revealing and that my butt was there for all to see. When Nacho kissed me like that, I wouldn't care if I was completely naked. Yeah, still not appropriate. You can play the violin, I whispered. My expression was blissful. You know what's comforting? I know that the movie will never have sprung for that song and they never would have been able to get the rights to it anyway. So at least I won't have to suffer through hearing that song in the movie. My expression was completely blissful. I smiled widely as he held me in his arms. What else can you do? Or should I ask, what can't you do? I can't make you love me. His big green eyes fixed on me with an attentive look. I can't curb my erection when you're wrapped around me like that. He grinned and I grinned back. I need to put you down. Everyone's watching, and I suspect they won't miss my bulging dick. Seriously. He let me find my footing and lifted an arm to wave at the crowd. The concert was over. The DJ played the next track and the guests returned to partying. Come on. Took Nacho's arm and led him back to the house and through the labyrinthian corridors. The whole time he laughed. I know where you're going. Know where you're going? He asked when we turned another corner. I have no idea, but I definitely know what I want to do, I replied, glancing around. Nacho closed his arms around me and halted before throwing me over his shoulder and walking back. Okay, so we have another guy just literally just picking her up, throwing her over his shoulder. By the way, I'm putting like 4 marks next to copies 50 Shades. They fucking name drop 50 Shades, okay? You don't get much more. I still can't believe they fucking name dropped it. And stole the one like actual romantic moment in that whole movie is that song. And it's the song. It's not the movie, it's not the scene, it's the song. I didn't defend myself. He was trying to make it easier after all. He knew where to go. He carried me up the monumental staircase to the second floor where he opened one of the doors and kicked it shut behind us before putting me down on the ground and pushing me against a wall. Oh, just what she likes, Massimo's signature move. I want to make love to you, he said, lifting my arms above my head. His lips pressed against mine, caressing my skin all the time, keeping my wrists in his grip. Wow, he learned her likes really fast. I was turned on, but the alcohol in my veins pushed me in a direction other than submission. Oh, does she want to be in charge now? I knew he was going to be tender and gentle, but what I needed was something completely different. My dark side needed appeasing. I bit his lower lip hard. He hissed, paused, and pulled away. We're not going to make love, I said with confidence, freeing my hands. Oh yeah, she wants to be in charge now. Okay. Is he gonna allow butt stuff? Because Massimo wouldn't. Is he going to allow it? Because I'm still saying no. No, he asked with amusement, allowing me to push him away until his back touched the closed door. No. I started unbuttoning his shirt. Okay, I have to pause for a minute. Sorry, but need the ladies' room because drank a lot of Kool-Aid. Be right back in 2 seconds and possibly with a doggy if I can find him. He's in a coma somewhere. You know, staring at a storm is very hard work for a puppy. So I'll be right back. Last shout out to the ducks we still have. If anyone would like to consider a duck, you know, they're all still there. I'll be back in 2 seconds. That's my boy. We got puppy. Come here. Oh, and of course he lays down and goes, rub my belly. Yes, I will rub your belly. Silly little thing. Come here. Come on, up, up. Come on, let everyone see you. Come on. We got a puppy. Look at him. He's clean. He's actually clean. He had a bath. Didn't you? Yes. You sat there and pretended you were the most pathetic, sad little puppy. He's confused because he can't lick my face. He's going, what do I do? I'm supposed to lick your face. And I can't because you're wearing makeup and I know better. And occasionally I listen. He's so warm. How are you so warm? He was curled up on the couch. Why are you 100 degrees? I don't know, but I'm happy about it, right? Yeah, he's just really happy about that. He likes that. Yeah, it's a good thing, being 100 degrees. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah. Yes, it's a very good thing. Oh, he's so happy. Look at him. He's all nice and clean. He doesn't enjoy the bath part, but he sure loves being blow dried. Being blow dried is doggy heaven. Oh, so warm. And even though it is warm enough in my bedroom that I have the ceiling fan on now, he still sleeps under as many layers of blanket as he can. The only reason there is a blanket on my bed right now is for him. Oh, you just lick my hand because you're allowed to lick that because my doesn't have makeup on it. Yeah. hmm That's the puppy logic. It's good puppy logic. Oh, her dog hair in my mouth. Yeah, okay. Yes, you can lick. Sorry you can't have any Skittles drink. God, I can only imagine him on a sugar high. It would not be good. Oh, okay. Sorry, am I not holding you sufficiently so that your head can droop and you can be a puppy? Hmm? And you are in fact a puppy? Aren't we? Look at you. Look at you. Look how sweet and cute you are. Yes. Okay. I'm going to put you on your pillow, okay, little buddy? Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is where he pretends to ignore me. Come on. Okay. Yes, you're adorable. You're adorable. Yes, you're adorable. I love you. Okay, say bye-bye. Bye-bye. I'm gonna go lay on my pillow and listen to Mommy read some more book. Don't worry. I only got like 45 minutes left, then I'll come and cuddle you some more, okay? And I'll rub your big fat belly. Yeah, rub the big fat belly. Oh, you're so warm. So warm. It's his favorite time of the year. It's officially summer. And as long as it's not pouring rain, he gets to go roll around in dirt and grass. And that makes him a very happy dog. Yes, rolling in dirt is one of his favorite things. He hasn't connected it to being the reason that he gets more baths in the summer. uh, Page turned on me, didn't it? Okay. Now we got it. It was dark in the room, but I knew what I was doing and what was in front of me. I didn't need to see. His tattooed chest heaved as his breathing quickened. My hands trailed across his skin, lower and lower. I could feel him breathe in and out. The smell of his chewing gum was overpowering. Is this guy just constantly chewing gum? Some women feel pheromones, others love the scent of cologne, while I was apparently turned on by the smell of mint. I slid the shirt off his shoulders and traced a line on his skin with my lips. The smell of the ocean, the sun, and himself. I bit his nipples softly. A sound emerged from his throat I had never heard before. It was something of a growl, but also a sigh. Why is there always growling? Why? He liked what I was doing. I increased the pressure and sucked. Nacho's hands moved to the back of my neck. Don't provoke me, B. Please. Wow, does he sound exactly like Massimo? Because he has said those exact words to her how many fucking times? And apparently, what? She's provoking him, but she said she doesn't want. Like, she's pushing him so he'll be violent with her because that's what she wants. So he'll turn into the scary guy that she wants, even though, like, they're not at all sexually compatible. Because he's, like, an actual, like, gentle human being in bed. But she likes it rough, so now she's, like, literally trying to provoke him. We forgot to burn something. So we'll remedy that. I don't care it was her saying it. Anyone using mine in this context gets burned. His barely audible voice was a warning. I slowly moved to his other nipple, ignoring him, and bit into his skin even harder. Nacho let out another sound. This time it might have meant he was getting annoyed. His grip on my neck tightened. I went lower, my teeth brushing against his skin until I knelt. Oh God. Oh God, I knew it was coming. I was really hoping the blowjob would be next week and I wouldn't have to deal with it tonight. Alright, emergency Tums are right there. Brushing my teeth against his skin until I knelt. His long fingers were still on the back of my neck as I slowly unzipped his pants. I want to suck you off, I breathed, gripping the fabric of his pants and pulling them down. You're so dirty, he whispered. Really? Not yet, I replied and slid his cock down my throat. Okay, let's just get it over with then. Okay. Ugh, something I have never understood. This is like a part of sex I don't understand. At all. It's never made any sense to me. At all. Like, if all the things that fall under the heading of sex, this is at the bottom of the never wanting to do it list. Never have understood it. Never have understood women that like doing it. I get why guys like it. I can get that. Don't understand why any woman enjoys doing this. Ever. Ever, 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 ever. The sound that filled the air was one of relief. Nacho's low voice made it clear he was aroused and very, very pleased. I didn't pay any mind to the fingers digging into my skin and hungrily sucked his dick. Hard, deep, and fast. I couldn't wait until I could taste it. Until I could taste him. Nacho wasn't helping me. On the contrary, he was making it harder, trying to slow down my mouth. The fact that he was resisting added to the alcohol in my blood woke something violent in me. Great, this is what we need. Her turning into the violent one now. I grabbed the hands on the back of my neck and pushed them away, slamming them against the door. That's where he was supposed to keep them. Maybe have a conversation before you suddenly decide to embrace your inner dominatrix. I mean, not that that's what she's doing, because, for a lot of reasons. But maybe talk to him and see if he's okay with, like, you being aggressive, because I don't think he is. That's where he was supposed to keep them. Then I took his manhood in my right hand, right at the base, and squeezed, at the same time licking the tip. Oh, God. Violent urge to throw up. Don't move, Marcello, I growled and swallowed him whole again. This doesn't even sound fun. I love the sound of my name when you say it, he sighed. I fucked him with my mouth, feeling him squirm against the door. The first trickles of sweat were running down his stomach. He muttered in Spanish, Polish, and what I supposed was German. and I relished the sweet torture I was subjecting him to. My free hand slid behind him, my nails bit into the skin of his rock-hard buttock. He cried out and slammed a fist into the wooden door, which shook under the blow. I picked up the pace. Nacho's open mouth gasped for air. Suddenly, the lights went on. Disoriented, I stopped with his prick in my mouth and looked up. Nacho's emerald eyes were trained on me. His arms swung down from the switch. I needed to see you, he whispered. Okay, for a second, I totally thought Massimo was going to be sitting in a dark corner. Or somebody. He whispered. I just needed to. I didn't care what he needed. Like a first-rate hooker, I continued sucking him up. Okay, at least she knows what she is. I licked, bit, and sent him the most lascivious looks I could muster. His hands tried moving away from the door, but every time they did so, I stopped until he put them back against the surface of the wood. When I was sure I'd feel the first drops of his cum on my tongue, Nacho shot out with his arms, lightning fast, and jerked me up. They spelled it right that time. I want to highlight something before I forget. I need to be inside you, he breathed, his eyes wide and wild. Don't move, I growled. I closed my hands on his neck and slammed his head against the door. Ow! Like, why do you need to do this? No, he hissed, gripping my neck in return and tightening the hold. We held each other as our stares met. Our breathing was fast and shallow. The Canarian took a step forward. Despite my resistance, he pushed me deeper into the room. I moved back step by step, unaware of what was behind me, until my butt touched something soft. Nacho released my neck and moved his hands to my shoulders before shoving me back. I toppled onto a large, soft bed. Before my back really touched the mattress, he grabbed my thighs and pulled me towards him, tore off his shirt, and went down on his knees, pressing his lips to my moist snatch. Ugh. Should have known that was coming too. I yelped, trying to push his head back. His mouth greedily devoured my throbbing, sensitive clit. He hadn't taken my panties off, instead pulling them aside to push deeper inside me. I squirmed and clawed at his neck, but he only doubled his efforts. I want to taste you, I moaned as his slender fingers slid inside me. And you will, I promise. He pulled back for a short while before diving right back in. His tongue moved expertly, seeking out spots so sensitive I was at the verge of climaxing after a minute. Then, unexpectedly, he stopped before rolling me over and pulling the thong down my legs. It was surprising. He hadn't been so quick-tempered before. He'd never used any kind of force with me, with the exception of that one time at the beach. My dress flew to the floor, and I was left with only my shoes. Nacho pressed himself to my bare back and laced his fingers with mine, lifting my arms above my head. My knees were on the floor, but my chest pushed against the soft mattress. Nacho spread my legs with his own, and his teeth bit into the back of my neck. Do you know who I am, Laura? Oh, please! No, he's gonna do the say my name thing! No! You are too immature to have sex if you do that! He's gonna do the say my name thing! Ugh. Is there anything that's a bigger turnoff? Do you know who I am, Laura? He asked in a low, cold voice. I do, I whispered, my face pushed into the comforter. So why do you keep prodding? Why do you want me to prove that I can take you by force? Because that's what she's into! Why do you, This is why you don't work. I want. My voice was muffled, and Nacho's heavy breathing practically drowned it out. His hand closed around a strand of my hair. It rose a fraction, wrapping it around his wrist, and pulled my head back. I cried out as he impaled me in one swift motion. This author doesn't know any other word. And it's the whole time. It's from book 1. She doesn't know any other goddamn word other than impaled. It wasn't him, or at least I hadn't known him like that before. This was so much like my husband. Well, duh! He thinks that's what you want. And you have done everything to prove that correct. The image of Massimo flashed in front of my eyes. I wanted to make him stop, but my voice was caught in my throat. Nacho kept fucking me roughly, slapping my ass with his free hand without stopping or releasing my hair. The slaps kept on coming. Pain mixed with pleasure as I couldn't decide what I really felt. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't be fucking somebody else right now. He was doing it just the way I liked it, but my eyes teared up at the same time at the memory of what I had gone through with Massimo. I was waiting to see if the author would go there because, yeah, he's basically reenacting Massimo raping her, which is always going to be a thing now. So what, are we going to have her, like, dial it down and learn to, like, vanilla sex like he was originally giving her? Because Massimo, like, ruined rough sex for her? The book is not that smart, but, or this is going to be the only mention of her having conflicted emotions when it comes to sex now, and, like, nothing will ever come of it. Suddenly, Nacho let my head go as if sensing there was something wrong. He rolled me to my back and pulled me up, laying me gently down on the mattress. He cupped my face and kissed me, softly and passionately at the same time. I felt his manhood inside me again, but slower this time. Tenderly. Okay, yep. Hi! Hi there, Zeus. Good to see ya. Thanks for the thumbs up. Let me know what you think of the second video I sent you the other day. We could do a collab on the 2 I sent you, make an afternoon out of it, get some other people to chime in. What do you really want? He asked, keeping the steady undulating motion of his hips. I can be whoever you want, but I need to know you trust me, that you'll tell me when you've had enough. I don't want to hurt you. His lips brushed against my nose, my cheeks, and my eyes. I adore you. If you want to feel pain, I'll give it to you. But you have to know I'm doing it out of love. I love you. His lips found mine, and I tasted the mint on his saliva again. Now come for me. Yeah, sure. It's totally normal thing to say. They still can't. They got it wrong. They've gotten it wrong twice and right once so far. Because, consistency. The calm emerald eyes flared with fire, and I felt his cock growing inside me. That's a thing that's not really, no. He laced our fingers again and raised my arms above my head. His movements became faster and more forceful. He knew I was on the brink. I didn't know how, but he always sensed when I was about to have an orgasm. Those green eyes of his, the tattoos, the tenderness and the ability to turn into a rough brute, even despite himself. It all turned me on. Nacho lowered his head and bit my lip. I moaned. He bit it harder, and then moved to do the same with my neck and my shoulder. I writhed beneath him as his prick picked up the pace and started racing. Come on, B. Come for me. He breathed, and a bright smile illuminated his face. I climbed higher and higher, losing control over my body, nearing the climax. Oh, Jesus, Nacho. I gasped out as the orgasm finally hit me, crashing over my entire body and taking my breath away. The Canarian took my face in his hands and kissed me deeply, wildly. I tried breathing in, but I couldn't. His kiss was taking my air away. It was over. The wave had passed. But no. Nacho accelerated his thrust again, and another orgasmic tsunami washed over me. My body arched and my muscles tensed. I cried out into his mouth, coming harder than I ever had before. I think we've heard that line once or twice before. That should be enough. That should be enough, he said finally, his lips stretching in a satisfied smirk. He slowed down, calming both our bodies in the process. My head dropped to the pillow. It was fortunate I hadn't picked a more elaborate hairstyle earlier, or I would have looked like roadkill by now. I'm not finished yet, he said, kissing me on the nose, but I wanted you to catch a breath. Come to me. He laid down alongside me, his feet next to my head. I was predicting earlier they were going to 69, and now they are. His feet next to my head and beckoned me with a finger. Finish what you started. 69? Now? I was barely able to think straight. I glanced at him in surprise and alarm and didn't move. His arms shot out and closed around my hips as he sat me down on his face. His tongue slipped between my labia, finding its way to my clit without pause. Nacho moaned as I dropped my head, swallowing his throbbing erect cock. Ugh. The caress of his tongue and the sight of his tattooed body spun the maelstrom inside me anew. This girl recovers from orgasming in like a second. Like, no, 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 no. Propped on one elbow, I tightened my grip on his shaft and started pumping, fucking him with my mouth and my hand. My movements were quick and jerky, chaotic, but the Canarian tensed and moaned. I silently congratulated him on his ability to concentrate on two things at the same time. Even with his prick deep in my throat, he didn't stop pleasuring me with his tongue. Then, after just a few heartbeats, I finally got what I had been waiting for. Oh my god, a stream of his hot semen spurted down my throat. He tasted sweet, delicious. He came with a loud cry. His mouth released my pussy, and his teeth bit into the skin on the inside of my thigh. I swallowed every drop, listening to the rhythm of his body. The only thing I regretted was not being able to see his green eyes as he came. I licked his shaft and stroked it until I felt the teeth on my leg release their grip. My stomach is clenching so hard it's painful right now. Like, really, really painful. Satisfied, Joe asked, panting. Did the lady of my heart finally get what she wanted? I lifted myself up and straddled him, wiping my lips with a finger. He was grinning. I smiled back. Now I am. I widened my smile, running a hand along one of his tattoos. I waited long enough. I waited longer, he replied, wrapping his arms around me and pressing me to his chest. I really wanted to make you happy, kiddo, but sometimes I'm afraid I might hurt you and you'll run away. Leave me. Please tell me he doesn't keep calling her kiddo, 'cause I might die. I lifted my head and sent him a puzzled look. There was concern and fear in his eyes. He was sad. Are you talking about Massimo? Of course he is, 'cause that's what he did. You liked it rough with him too, but he took it too far and you ran away. He doesn't want to be idiot number two that does the same. Again, this is why conversations, I really feel like I'm going to throw up. I wish I didn't, but I am nauseous as hell right now. There is like vomit right there. Please go away. But yeah, of course, that's what she's talking about. Like, this is why conversations about consent and limits are very important. Even if you're a totally vanilla person, even if you are a totally vanilla straight person, ugh, ow. Conversations about consent and limits still matter. They're still very important. And too many people are not willing to just sit down with their significant other and just literally have an adult conversation about, I like this, I don't like this. Please don't do this. You like this? I can do that. It's not my favorite, but I can do that. You talk about these things. Or I really don't like it when somebody this, or don't ever do this, or this is a no. Like, I've had mine listed since I was like 12. first and foremost for me, don't touch my hair, ever. Don't ever pull my hair in any way, shape, or form. Do not tuck my hair behind my ear. Don't touch my hair. Don't pull my hair. Don't do anything to my hair. Do not put anything in my hair or I may murder you. That is like rule number one. Don't touch the hair, ever. And don't grab my face or control my head or my neck or don't control any of this, ever. But definitely don't do this, ever. Or you are so done. And I don't care if we're in the middle of the best sex I ever had. You break that rule, everything stops. There's the door. Goodbye. And you have to be willing to do that. Hopefully you never have to, but if you do, because there's absolutely no point in setting limits if you do not enforce them and stand by them. Because once somebody knows they can cross one line, once something you've said is a hard no, and they do it and you don't throw them out, they're going to cross every line that you have, and it's just going to get way worse. You just told them you don't really mean it. It's like when your mom threatens to punish you, but then doesn't. And so you figure out real quick that she doesn't mean it when she says things like that. I know kids raised by moms like that. They're horrible people. They're selfish, spoiled, entitled brats because they were never punished as kids because their mom is the one who said, if you do that one more time, I'm gonna. And then the kid would do it 50 more times and never get punished. And what do you think they learned from that? He dropped his eyes and played with my hair. Nacho, with him it was something else. You never told me what happened. How does he not know? He knows everything, including that she's secretly on birth control, but he doesn't know this? I call so much bullshit. I sighed heavily as he looked at me. Because I know you don't really want to know. And I don't want to talk about it. I wanted to get up, but he held me tight. Where do you think you're going? He asked, a bit too loud. I'm not letting you go as long as you're sad or angry. And that's how it's going to be from now on. So stop resisting. Tell me. Wow! He just catapulted into controlling psychotic asshole territory. Is she some kind of magical creature that having her around just brings out? Is she Billy? I should have made this connection before. Who knows Angel? The Buffy spin-off show that became better than Buffy in some people's opinion. It depends on what season you're talking about for me, and I haven't seen the end of Angel. I've seen up to I think somewhere in season 4. The fair amount of time spent with Fred. Love Fred. Fred is awesome. Fred is one of the best characters ever created. Love my girl. But who remembers Billy? The episode that is the source of the one only piece of fanfic I've ever published. Last time I checked, it was still up on whatever website I published it on. But yeah, I wrote a very short scene that goes in that episode in Billy, because what it is there's a guy in Angel that's part demon or something. We don't actually figure out what his deal is, but he basically anyone around him, men around him, become pretty much infected with misogyny. Extremely violent, homicidal misogyny. That's his power. Why we don't know. Is she Billy? Because Nacho wasn't this controlling psychotic asshole, but he's becoming it. And Maybe he's trying to become like what she's attracted to by acting more like Massimo, but then there's the line of she left him and what's too far and ugh. Because saying I'm not going to let you go until you're happy, that is just the way to get somebody to fake smile at you. And like ordering her to tell him is so creepy because like she doesn't have any time to process. His arms tightened around me when I didn't respond. Yeah, just squeeze it out of her. That's a great idea. B. You're making me talk about something I'd rather not even think about. And right after we had sex. Yeah, so not the moment either. Nacho waited, tensing, fixing me with his eyes. Let me go, Nacho. I hissed, upset with his stubbornness. I jerked away, but his grip was steel. Okay, seriously crossing some lines here, dude. Let her go. God damn it, Marcello, I cried out, pushing away. Surprised he let me go. I jumped to my feet and grabbed my dress. The Canarian rolled to the side and propped his head on an elbow. He was still waiting for a reply. He looked at me somberly. To be honest, I didn't know why I was so angry with him. Really? Really? Because I'd be fucking furious with him. I'd be telling him to fuck all the way off and going to a hotel level furious. He was just concerned. No. Possibly, yes, he was concerned, but that's not all that was. But I didn't feel like talking about it, and he should have accepted that answer and let you go. Or thinking about it, for that matter. I put on my dress and pulled up my panties. Shall we go? I asked, tidying my hair in the mirror. No, he replied matter of factly, rising from the bed. He passed by me and picked up his pants from the floor. We'll talk now. Oh, so he's doubling down on being an idiot. Here we go. He turned and fixed me with a cold stare. We got like 15 minutes, so I'm looking for a place to land. We might get through. Yeah, we'll probably get through the end of this chapter. We'll talk now. He turned and fixed me with a cold stare. Now, he snapped. For a while, I'd forgotten I was dealing with a ruthless killer. Dude, you are officially turning into everything she ran away from. Good job. Only took you like 2 days. You won't make me talk. And I'm drunk. I don't want to talk with you after I've been drinking. Well, that's all the goddamn time. You're not drunk anymore, he said, zipping up his trousers. You've sobered up. I'm listening. Well, she doesn't want to tell you, dude. Take no for an answer. I halted, rooted to the spot, unable to believe what I was hearing. My gentle, tender lover was now a domineering, relentless mob boss. Doi! I narrowed my eyes, considering my options. He had a right to know the truth. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He has absolutely no right to know the truth. None whatsoever. He was worried for me, but at the same time, he was making me do something I didn't want to do. Yeah, which makes him wrong. Marcello, don't call me that, he growled. You only call me that when you're angry at me, and you don't have anything to be angry about now. Oh, yes, she does. Like, seriously. Like, who the hell wouldn't think she has something to be mad at with what he's doing right now? Like, I would have already thrown everything in the room at his head. I sighed, gritted my teeth, and headed towards the door. It was locked. Oh, what a surprise. I turned around and frowned, crossing my arms. Nacho wasn't even looking at me. I tapped my foot, and the sound of my heel hitting the floor echoed throughout the room. Even this didn't make him look my way. I took a few steps forward and faced Nacho. He was composed, serious, focused, and concerned. He looked at me, waiting. So he's literally got her locked in a room and is saying, I'm not going to let you out until you tell me what I want to know. There's a word for that. So, he asked, lifting his brows. He raped me, I snapped. There, satisfied now? My cry reverberated across the entire house. He fucked me in all holes, as punishment. Is that what you wanted to hear? A cascade of unwanted tears flew down my cheeks. I'd be ready to kill him at this point. The Canarian stood up and closed the distance between us, raising his arms to embrace me, but I lifted my hand to stop him. I was shivering hysterically. The last thing I wanted was for someone to touch me. Nacho stopped a foot away and balled his fist. Yeah, he's definitely gonna kill him now. He said nothing. I was sobbing, choking on tears. He was choking on sudden fury. His chest was rising and falling quickly, as if he'd just run a marathon. We stood like that, ensnared by our emotions. How was it possible that a paltry 5 minutes before we had been grinning at each other after the best sex in our lives? Because he turned into an idiot and made you tell him something you didn't want to tell him? Come. Nacho grabbed my wrist and dragged me to the door. There's a lock in each room. You have to press a switch to exit. He pointed to a small button on top of the door frame. Wow, so every room in the house has automatic locking doors? That's not hella fucking creepy at all. We left the room and Nacho led me down the corridor. I was barely keeping up with his quick stride. I pulled my hand from his grip and bent down to take my shoes off, unbuckling them. Nacho crouched beside me and took them in his hand. We passed people on our way. They were trying to stop us, have conversations, but the Canarian simply ignored them all, pushing ahead. We went 2 floors down and my claustrophobia kicked in. The narrow corridor under the mansion made my head swim and my breath catch in my throat. Where is he dragging her? Like, seriously. I stopped, leaning against the wall, and dropped my eyes. Looking at the floor was supposed to calm me down. Nacho glanced at me, seeing this wasn't another of my famous outbursts. He grabbed me, lifted me up, and threw me over his shoulder. That makes twice. That makes twice. Also, like, just the image of a grown woman being thrown over someone's shoulder. It's never good. Ever. We went through a door and he put me down. I raised my head and froze. It was a shooting range. Okay, I gotta say, I didn't see that coming. What, he's gonna teach her to shoot now so she'll feel safe? Is she gonna end up shooting Massimo herself? Because I don't think so. Oh. What is with these books and these idiot men giving this woman guns? Like, there's nobody you should give guns to less. And where's the dog? Where's the dog? I just need to know, where is the dog? Nacho walked up to one of the shooting booths and handed me a pair of headphones. Oy. Next, he reached to a tall cabinet on the wall. I was lost for words. The 10-foot tall stretch of reinforced concrete was covered with guns. I'd never seen so many at once. There were machine guns, pistols, even some things that resembled cannons, just bite-sized. You know, Europe generally pretty strict with the gun control laws. Oh wait, aren't they in America, kind of? Where are they? They're on Tenerife. That's in the Canary Islands, I think, right? So that's American territory. But they could easily have, like, their own gun laws because they're not, like, actually part of the states. They're a bunch of islands somewhere that the U.S. claim as territory. But I'm still betting all these guns are illegal. I want one too, I said, stretching out an arm. Oh, so because shooting is how he blows off steam. So she wants one too. Nacho watched me for a moment, considering my words. Finally, he took a pistol from the rack. This is a 22 Hammerly? Hammerli, and there's 2 dots over the A, so I'm assuming this is a maybe German? Hammerli XESSE. It's a good weapon. Do we really need to know exactly what kind of gun he handed her? It's in Spain. Does Spain have gun control laws? Ugh. It's a good weapon and good looking, because it's so important how your gun looks. I mean, I know there are people who spend like thousands of dollars customizing their guns. I've seen like ones at like antique shows, and there was a show called American Guns at one point that I actually liked. It was about like customizing guns and making stupid guns. It was fun enough, so I kind of liked it. It only had like 2 seasons, but it's a fun stupid show. But I did learn some things from it. Such as you can spend a truly ridiculous amount of money customizing, a $700 pistol. Why you would want to do this, I don't know, but it's a very big thing. You should like it. He reached out a hand in which he held the gun with a raspberry colored handle. Okay. Semi-automatic back sight with vertical and horizontal control. I do not know what any of that means. He reloaded the gun. The clip has 10 rounds. It's loaded. Here. He handed me the weapon. I grabbed it and thumbed the safety off before walking straight to the shooting stand. Okay, get in position, aim, and then take the safety off. Do not walk around with the safety off. Even I know that. I looked back, glancing at Nacho, positioned myself, and took off the headphones. Okay, there's stupid thing. You don't take off the headphones on a gun range. And it says, took off the headphones. I wanted to look like a pro. By going deaf? Nacho's face brightened, seeing me engaging in his passion. He pulled out another gun from the cabinet and readied himself. Whenever you're ready, he said, rolling the targets to the right distance. It's because ear protection is for amateurs. I took a deep breath, and another one, visualizing the scene I had told Nacho about before. The night in Portugal. I'm walking back to the apartment after kissing Nacho for the first time. I see Massimo, drunk. He sees me. I felt a jolt of pain in my chest. My eyes watered. And then I was overcome by fury. Another deep breath, and I unloaded the entire clip at the piece of paper ahead, as if massacring the cardboard target could erase the pain from my mind. Clip, I snapped, nodding my head. More rounds. Nacho looked surprised, but did as I ordered, placing a box in front of me. Shaking hands, loaded the gun, and shot 10 more times at the target. Did she even know how? Then I repeated the whole process another time. That's enough, B, Nacho whispered. Who are you to say? Who are you to say when it's enough, guy who fired probably a couple thousand rounds at the beach when you were pissed? Like, no common goddamn sense. I don't think she knows how to load this thing at all. No ear protection. And they're underground, too, so it's gotta be echoey as hell. Like, wherever they are, this is gonna be like stone walls. It's gonna be a big echo chamber, and you're firing a gun. The touch of his hand brought me back to reality. His hands deftly plucked the gun from my own. I see you did this more than I did. Come now, I'll put you to bed. I dropped my head and allowed him to carry me back to the bedroom. She always gets carried. This girl, like, what is the thing with the women in these books always being carried? Because Edward constantly carried Bella. Gray picked up Anastasia and threw her over his shoulder in public multiple times. This guy does it. Like, can tell she isn't of clear mind, maybe. Yeah, maybe don't give the woman who just screamed about being raped a loaded gun. Maybe don't do that. Curled up in bed, I waited for Nacho to finish showering. I hadn't spoken to him in an hour. He'd washed me, changed my clothes, and put me to bed. All that time, I just stared ahead numbly, just like when he'd first saved my life, taken me to the house. Lara, he said, sitting on the bed, I know this is difficult for you, but I want to end it once and for all. I want to kill Massimo, but only if you allow me. Oh, that's a hell of a position to put her in. Give me permission to murder your husband. He added in a deadly serious tone, I've only ever executed for people for money before. It was never personal, but this time it is. I want to take his life. So at least we're making a decision. Me man, you woman, ooga booga. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Yep, yep, yep. Yeah, it's very Tarzan and Jane. Because who remembers the actual Tarzan? There was a show. There was a live action Tarzan show. I can't find it anywhere for the life of me because I'd love to watch it again. I I'm trying to remember the name of the guy who was in it. It was a blonde guy. He was constantly only wearing the loincloth. That's not why I liked it. I actually liked Jane. Whoever played Jane, I had a crush on her. And there was she had like a wacky assistant, and there was a black guy that I think was like a photographer or filmographer or something like that. And they lived in the hut in the jungle, and there was cheetah and an elephant, and yeah, it was a real show. It is so incredibly 90s, like early 90s. I can't find it anywhere. I think like Amazon or one of them says that they have it, but when you click on the page, it's empty. They don't actually have the show. They just have like a thumbnail, but there's no videos. Does anybody remember that show at all? Like I think it had like 3 or 4 seasons. It was on for a while. He placed his hands on both sides of my head and leaned over me. Just say yes, and the man who hurt you will disappear forever. No, I whispered and turned away. Ron Ellie? Or Eli? I don't know. I don't remember. I have to see a picture to know. You know what? I'll see if I can find it on IMDb after this and drop the IMDb into the Discord if it's on there. I mean, usually everything is. IMDb's they're pretty good, even with like really obscure shows. They're usually there. They might not have much info, but they're usually at least listed. In the 60s, was it that? I don't think it was that far. It's in color, if it helps. It couldn't have been in the 60s. No, there's no way it's from back then. Had to be like late 80s, early 90s. I cannot remember a single goddamn person that's in it. I can see it in my head. I can literally see the pictures of the faces of the people in my head. I just don't know anyone's names because I was a kid. Uh. No, I whispered and turned away. If someone kills him, it's me. Oh, is that how this is going to end? Is she going to end up shooting him and being with Nacho? I'm not saying it's the first ending. I pressed my face into the pillow and squeezed my eyes shut. I had more than one chance and enough I had more than one chance and enough reasons, but I don't want to become what he is. I don't want to live with a man who reminds me of him. And I don't want to live with a man who reminds me of him. I breathe. Well, then maybe stop telling your new guy to treat you the way Massimo treated you. Like you're kind of setting up your own doom there. A silence followed. The Canarian rose and walked away, closing the door behind him, and I fell asleep. End of chapter. And end of evening. Because, oh my god. I didn't think we were going to make it to the end of the chapter. We blew the page count by about 15 pages, which is good. It means there's less of this. We're almost down to only having 100 pages left. Almost. So yeah, I'm going to say 3 more weeks, but the third week we will definitely get into... Let me see if I can quickly dig it out of my pile of stuff. Why do I always have a pile of stuff? Because there's always stuff. Where did I put that book? There it is. Okay. Yes. So we got 2 and a bit weeks left of this, but then we will definitely be reading some of this that my very good friend sent me. Delta of Venus by Anna Eastnin. And we will get, like I said before, it's a bunch of short stories. The first one is called The Hungarian Adventurer, and it appears to be about 7 pages long. These are tiny pages, but they're really tightly spaced. But yeah, we'll see what we get. Oh, I love the smell of this book. Oh my god. Old books smell so good. Oh my god, so good. But yeah, we might get into a couple because they're short. But yeah, there's The Hungarian Adventurer, Mathilda, The Boarding School, The Ring, Mallorca, Artists and Models, Lilith, Marianne, The Veiled Woman, Elena, The Basque and the Bijou, Pierre, Manuel, Linda, Marcel. Oh my god, there's a Marcel! Hi, Ironton! Yeah, we're saying goodnight. You are a bit late. You're a lot late. You need to set an alarm or something. But you missed some really gratuitous blowjob scenes and new guy who is supposed to be better than the guy she ran from turning into the guy she ran from. He's basically becoming everything she left. You're kind of you're a big deal. Oh, I'm sure you are. But yeah, we got about 2.5 weeks. We got 2 weeks of this. Third week we'll definitely finish it, and we will read some of this to fill time. And then week after we will start our next series, which I will announce probably next week. But keep this very, very safe because it's special. It's my very special book that we will read some of at the end of each book until we get through it as a palate cleanser. I have no idea whether that's any good, by the way. I mean, it's much lauded. It's still here. It was written in the 40s and you can still buy it, so it's got to have something going on to be in production that long. But that is going to do it for this week. Next week, we better find out what happened to the dog, okay? That's the only thing I need from the rest of this book is where is the dog? Oh, okay. I desperately, desperately need some food. So I'm going to go get some food. I hope the rest of you get some sleep if it is also midnight where you are. And I will see everybody next week. Bo is happily under his puppy bed, sleeping. Almost barking at storms is really exhausting for a puppy. So take care, everyone. Please come back next week, and next week, please consider sponsoring a duck or some such thing if you are so inclined. Hopefully, I'll have more painted ducks to show up soon. I got to get on that. It was busy, but I got to get on that. So have a great rest of your weekend, everyone. Take care of yourself. Love on a fur baby as always, because they make everything better. I've been Insane Lane. This has been Bad Erotica Book Club, and I will see you all next week for more of whatever it is that we're reading. Until then, bye bye.